I'm calling an emergency meeting. There are dinosaurs on the loose. Welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream. And I've got my friend Brew Bear. There he is.
Hi, I just lost your audio.
That's okay. Can you hear me? Check, check, check. Oh, here. Yeah, we'll fix that. We got audio coming in now. Can you hear my audio? Yes, yes, you can. Yeah. So, connoisseurs of fine cardboard, we've got dinosaurs on the loose. We got a new spoiler today for a really fun card. I was watching the voice chat today, watching some of the spoilers coming through. I've already been working on a couple of them. I saw this one and I was like, Zach, get in voice chat. So we get in voice chat. And then the thought came, can we like get our clothes on, get out of bed, like get this on the screen? And we did. So we're excited to bring something that is a meme. It is a dream. It's also probably quite good. Is it the first home for cPDH Marching Duodrone? I have to ask this question, otherwise Sniffhow is going to cancel his Patreon. And I think the answer is probably yes. What do you think?
I think it's a 7/7 that makes a 7/7 every turn.
Yeah.
That looks great. Or it casts your commander. Both of which are incredibly powerful things.
So with that said, we need to get right into what exactly we are working on. Today, we have, we can't even see it here, can we? Oh, interesting. Okay, so let me open up, because the card hasn't been introduced on,
Moxfield yet.
Yeah, on Moxfield yet. Okay, displaced dinosaur. Is it going to show up? It's not even on Scryfall. Oh gosh.
Nope. You got to go to Mythic Spoiler.
Mythic Spoiler. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mythic Spoiler. Yep. All right, but we actually, while I look for this, would you read off the card?
For sure.
Let's see. I'm gonna find it here in a sec.
Okay. So Displaced Dinosaurs is 5 mana, 5 colorless, and 2 green, so 7 mana, and it's a 7/7 dinosaur. And whenever you cast a whenever a historic permanent enters the battlefield under your control, it becomes a 7/7 dinosaur. So all your artifacts, all your legendaries and sagas, all come in as 7/7 dinosaurs. The part that we care about is the artifact, because this format has like maybe 2 playable legendaries in the 99, and but you have all of these super valuable like mana rocks are just going to be amazing for this deck because they get you to that 7 mana breakpoint and they get you a 7/7 later in the game. And there's a bunch of artifacts that also draw cards. And now we have it on the field. Now we have it on screen.
There it is. Awesome. We had to dig this one out of the bowels of the internet. Yeah, this is it right here. This is what we're working with. 7/7 makes 7/7s. Scarecrow says, "Sup, Ryan? Clay wanted me to drop my list for you. Maybe you can compare at the end." Okay, yeah, we'll take a look and see. The funny thing is when I went and posted this this live stream, I was on Twitter for a moment, and the top 3 posts on my feed were displaced dinosaurs. Obviously, this has incredible potential for like casual play. Although in some ways, I could almost see it being like maybe like kind of too strong for casual, because 7/7s are huge, and if you don't have removal for this thing or a counter spell, it's just going to just do stuff. Now in cPDH, we're going to have to do a little bit more work to ensure that this survives. But once it does, it's kind of going to be like Herd Baloth, where you're going to immediately produce so much value that you're going to overrun the table. Max says, this seems like a deck that wants trample or evasion. Maybe. Or maybe we just put people under like the quadruple abyss, the 5 or 6 7/7s, and it's just like you just swing until they stop moving. You just
Yep.
hit them until they don't get up. I mean,
Yep.
trample obviously would be good. We have some ways to do that. But let's start with one of the things we had talked about, and maybe I can put this onto the screen somewhere where it won't. Actually, you know what we'll do? Let's put it in this little spot right here.
Yep.
Or maybe
Yeah.
it could go below it a little bit.
I
I
think
just
just below
want
it
just
was
because we
perfect.
don't have an actual like this card to put on screen, so we'll just put it like right there. That works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Actually, I could do that for other live streams too. I could put the commander right there. That's kind of a cool
I
idea.
actually like that.
Yeah, it's not bad. The enchantment which says only blocked by 3 or more creatures. Yep, you could do that. But let's start with this. Okay, this is Brewbear. You requested we start on the mana rocks because there are 50 of them.
There are 50 of them, and this right now is all of them. This is every mana rock. that
Every
you can
mana
play
rock.
in the game that
All of
is
them.
legal for everything under Moxfield function dot mana rock is in here right now.
Fabulous.
And so yeah, I found 50 of them, and I am including some things that are not maybe a little bit not mana rocks, like Lotus Petal was not under there, and Prize Statue is not under there, but because they are one-time use in their mana production, I think that they are incredibly powerful cards. So this is maybe overkill because, as we can see at the bottom, we have 151 cards right now. So some of these are going to probably come out. But I just wanted to show you what I really wanted in the deck was I want to ramp to 7 mana on turn 4, turn 5. And I want to be able to cast this because it is such a high priority threat, right? Every counter spell that can be saved for this is going to get saved for this. Every kill spell is going to be saved for this.
I mean, even then though, the funny thing is that a lot of the players who are playing counter spells are combo decks, and they generally don't like to use them on offensively in that sense, like to as a kill spell. They're tending to hoard them for their own combo. So Displaced Dinosaurs is maybe more likely to die to removal, some sort of like a mid-range deck that doesn't want to deal with this. Like, but we have to always ask ourselves, what role are we at the table, and who is offended by what we are doing? And it depends. In this case, is kind of the answer. It's going to wildly depend on the pod. Like a TPI player might let this happen because you have 1/1s that you can just block with. Abdel might let this happen. Abdel doesn't even play counter spells right now, apparently. So, apparently combo decks with, like 16 rocks every flicker in the game, 2 counter spells and 2 bounce spells is the Abdel meta. But, so with this particular deck, I'm not even convinced that this thing is the problem when it comes down for most people in a lot of cases. I mean, I think it will die, but like, maybe 50-50?
I think that most of the time you're not
huge.
going to get around this on the table. So I want to be able to cast this for 9, 11, 13, and even 15 mana. I'm willing to get up to 15. We are trying to get to 15 mana, cast this again, and
I dare say we're planning on it.
Show you. That is the plan, right? Which is why we have, in addition to our 35 normal lands, we have 50 rocks right now. And so we're playing 85 mana sources in the deck at least. And that is avoiding some other things that I've not talked about.
So
we also have dorks.
So let's highlight a couple of the really like busted cards in the deck while we've got a chance.
Absolutely.
First is Gates with Heap Gate. Being able to produce treasure tokens that are 7/7s. That's pretty good. We have Tree of Tales. Being an artifact land, it is just a free 7/7. We have Darksteel Citadel, which is a 0 mana. And actually, we got to scoot down here a little bit so that we don't. There we go. We've got 0 mana Darksteel Citadel, 0 mana 7/7 Indestructible. We have Gingerbread Cabin, which makes a food token, which is a 7/7. These are all very good cards in the deck. Like starting right from baseline, these are insane cards. And we're going to have ways to tutor for them, right? We've got to have crop rotation. We're going to have Expedition Map. Expedition Map is also just a 7/7 when you cast it. We're going to have ways to find these artifact lands, like with Sojourner's Companion, which tutors for an artifact land, which is 2 mana, find Darksteel Citadel, play it, Chungus Indestructible 7/7. If you already have it to start the Darksteel Citadel in play, you can find the Gingerbread Cabin, or if you have both of these, you can find the well, actually, sorry, if you have both Tree of Tales and Darksteel Citadel, you can find the cabin. If you have all 3 of those, or you can find the Heap Gate. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can go with crop rotation and Expedition Map. There might even be, you know, if Heap Gate turns out to be good enough, maybe we play something like Gate Creeper Vine, or, you know, some way to tutor it up with other ways. Other impressive cards in the deck. Something we talked about a little bit was these Core Skyfisher type cards are kind of interesting. I don't know if this is like the nexus of the power in the deck. This isn't the most powerful, but it is something interesting. These allow you to pick up a permanent that's already in play and then to replay it. In this case, Guardians of Koilos can actually pick up a artifact. So it's a historic, right? So it can pick up a land. So if you have your Darksteel Citadel out earlier, you can pick up the land, replay it. It becomes a 7/7 indestructible. Ancestral Statue can just pick up a rock, or it can pick up something that drew a card, pick it up, replay it, draw a card, make the 7/7. So we have that. Marching Duodrone. Okay, so we talked about this earlier. This card is like PAL's meta casual staple. For those of you who perhaps lean more into the competitive side and don't play any casual PDH. I don't play any casual PDH either. However, I am going to be making a casual PDH deck on Monday, I believe. I think that's what I'm going to be doing. Just a little heads up for everybody. But Marching Duodrone is a card that we usually avoid because it gives your opponents 3 treasures for every 1 treasure you get, which is not good. However, if we top deck this, it is a 7/7 for 2, and it makes a 7/7 every turn. If we play it early, we can, cast our commander, attack, make a 7/7, and we can do that every turn it's in play. This is so if you give your opponent 3 treasures, so your opponents get 3 treasures and we get a 7/7. I think that's like perfectly fine. This is like what do they call that cycle of cards that gives your opponents like 3 goats or like 3 1/1s or the hunted Wumpus type stuff. So I think that's really good. You also have like Ornithopter of Paradise, which is just a 2 mana 7/7 flying that taps for things.
This actually the Marching Duodrone. I have a little bit more. I have a tangent. I'd like to go off on that. So the ability to create the 7/7 on the same turn is really where the power level in this deck is. Like that is like what I think makes it competitive. Because I don't think that you very often get to untap with it. Because once they see you do stuff, they will kill it.
Yes.
That's just how it's going to work. So I think that it's a good segue into the same turn, which I should put Marching Duodrone in. So when we scroll down just a bit to the same turn section of the deck,
which one?
The same turn is
same
what I
turn.
called it.
Oh, got it. Okay, so these are
all of our 0 drops.
Yeah. Okay. So this is also like disgusting.
So we also have like you want to be able to cast it as early as possible, and then make as many 7/7s that turn as you possibly can. So we're playing a bunch of 0 mana artifacts, and that includes the affinity stuff as well, and the 2 lands that we have, we also have Golem Foundry, which because we're playing so many mana, we're playing like
98 raw. 98.
Yeah, it's mostly rocks. It's mostly just rocks, and we turn those into golems. we stack up. We don't make a single golem unless we need it as
Yep.
an emergency blocker.
And then we make 7/7s.
And then we make 7/7s.
And
You're
the Golem
probably gonna end
Foundry.
up making 2 or 3. You could probably pretty reliably count on making at least 2 on the turn that you cast.
We'll want to be careful too. Something we'll have to keep in mind is that we do not want to play Golem Foundry when our commander is out, because then people can kill it. So there is this element of like, what do we want to actually run out? Are we okay if it dies? And Golem Foundry is one of the few things that we're not okay with dying. I would say Prying Blade, Ceremonial Knife, Gold Vein Pick, similar territory, because really like all of these here are just Marching Duodrones, right? Like they're a little bit worse. I mean, not really though. Like Prying Blade and Ceremonial Knife are just 7/7s. But we can't. I don't. Can we equip these? Like, how does this work?
You can't equip a creature.
Okay, got it. You can't equip a creature to a creature. A creature cannot equip to things. Okay, cool. Yeah, Scarecrow says, I think I just ended up with 28 ram pieces in my list. Yeah, I think we're going to be shooting for something north of that in this one. Probably 40. Yep. I think 40 is probably 40, my guess.
I want more rocks than I want lands because they're better top decks.
Oh my God, Return from the Wilds is like, what? Dude, there's so many cards that are so unbelievably gross in this deck. God, there's even that one that makes the food tokens when it ETBs or leaves. It's the Hobbit. The Hobbit.
Brandywine Farmer. It is
I don't know if that's like premium because
tokens. You have to refresh.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me refresh.
I did make some changes since last we spoke.
Okay. So we all I wonder if the here I'm gonna do something really quick just to get the dinosaur so that it's not eating up so much space on the screen here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, because it blocks that, but it's fine. Okay, so first things first, our cuts. Do we want to just cut down to 40 rocks first? Just as a start.
I think that's a pretty reasonable spot.
Because it's protection right here. This is not changing, right?
We every time, if we can untap with it, I think it often will be a game-ending scenario.
Yes.
For everybody else. But so we have a lot of just in this rocks. We have our very basic 3 mana tap for any color rocks and no other ability.
Like Soul Grail.
I think. We have Power Stone Shard, I think is probably an easy one to cut. But I just wanted to start here, I think, is...
Yep. So do we cut these to Considering?
Cut them to Considering, yeah.
Okay, cool. And then Soul Grail can come out. We're getting a little bit of lag here. One sec. Moving the Power Stone Shard.
Manalith.
Update available. Okay. I wonder if we're going to get... I wonder if this is what it's like to be on the other side of having two people working on it. Okay, so we have Phyrexian Atlas.
Yeah, that one can go.
Mana Prism. Spectral Searchlight is actually... not a card that you will ever prioritize unless you are dipping this deep into rocks. But I'll tell you what, the ability to not die because you can give somebody mana who needs it for a counterspell or a removal spell is actually kind of interesting, I dare say.
It's more interesting than some of our other threes, I would say.
There he is. Sniffhow has entered the chat. He's been summoned. So Sniff, I'll tell you, we had a bit of a discussion before we started this here. We made sure that on the thumbnail, Marching Duodrone was the largest of the 3 cards, and that we have the Velociraptor, who's sitting there considering the card because it's a dinosaur, And we had to ask, is Marching Duodrone cPDH viable? And I think we have an answer to that now. 2 mana 7/7 that makes 7/7s every time you attack is pretty good. So we're bringing it to you, man. This is an ode to the pals. It's like It's like the meme with the bustly arms. It's like pals meets connoisseurs. You know,
Yeah.
somebody, if you can make that meme, I expect you to drop that into chat with the two muscly arms. You know, as
Yeah.
Duodrone should be the largest. Yeah, and you know what's crazy? For those of you watching, everybody is playing Marching Duodrone in the PALS meta, which means that other people are going to give you 7/7s every turn.
Oh my
Like
god.
it's
You
it's
just can't. That's just they just can't attack now. They
no.
just lose their mana.
That's they don't do blocking either in the PALS meta. So the 7/7s are going to hit somebody. Okay, so you also had dragons here. The dragon synergy
Jador
stuff.
of dragon kind.
Does this go out?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's a dragon in the deck, so.
Yeah, okay, considering for that one, Inherited Envelope is not good.
It's definitely
Although,
the worst of the draw.
if you tempt onto Marching Duodrone, it's unblockable.
Oh, that's true. Let me see if there's any other ones that I have.
Hierophant's Chalice is trash, right?
Hierophant's Chalice. Yeah, gain 1 life.
Doesn't matter.
Bad.
Decanter of Endless Water, we don't have cards.
Vessel of Endless Rest.
Vessel of Endless Rest. No, that one actually is Graveyard Hate, though.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, you can get somebody else's card with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the stickers and tickets are like interesting.
I'm happy to cut it, but I don't know if it's actually correct.
Ooh, Stone Retrieval Unit's really good.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
Deck,
love it.
Commander.
Meteorite, love it. The one card you're missing is not an artifact, but Kozilek's Channeler would be another Sisei's Ring for 5. I don't know if it's still a 4/4, but it makes 2 mana, you know, so. You know, it's kind of interesting because it comes down as a 4/4 regardless. So you're always getting the 4/4.
Okay, I can see it. That would be a dork, though. It wouldn't be enormous.
That's true. Yep, that's a dork. Did we get rid of the Jade Orb card?
I did, yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, boy.
I think
we might...
Argothian Opportunist is maybe a spot for it. Cut.
Argothian Opportunist?
Yeah, because it does create a Power Stone. It's a 3-mana 3/2 that creates a Power Stone, and it's not an artifact itself. Power Stones are worse than all the other ones.
Yeah, they are. Ankylosaur, welcome, my friend. He says, I heard there were dinosaurs being brewed. You heard right. We are memeing, but like genuinely, I think if there's a lot of power here. There's the raw power level is insane. It's kind of like Goreclaw a little bit, you know, in the sense that like
once it starts.
Yeah, and it's also kind of hard to stop. Like when I play Goreclaw, I frequently have way more mana than I need to cast Goreclaw. So if somebody kills it, I'm just casting it again. And in this deck, if we have 40 mana rocks, we will cast our commander many, many times throughout the game. And eventually there won't be an answer. And then we'll resolve our 0 drops and our lands, and we'll make 7/7s. And from there, I think it's just smooth your brain out, turn them sideways, kill them dead. Yep.
Kill them
dead. Kill him dead. Yep. Even Sky Shaper, you know, the card that gives everything flying for 2 mana. 2 mana artifact. Sack it, give creatures flying. It's kind of disgusting. Yeah.
It also just attacks, right?
It just attacks, yeah. So this deck is turning every card that you would be upset to have as a top deck into something really broken. Right?
Yeah.
Like these stupid shit like give me an example here. Like Arkham's Astrolabe, 1 mana, 7/7 draw card. Egg says, "Oh, for sure. There's so many sick cards you can run in this. Yeah, Sky Shaper is amazing here for sure. Also, we could also just run. We could also just run any of the cards that have like Ferocious, give everything trample. Like Humbler of Mortals is a one-time use. It'd probably be better for like Nylea's Forerunner. And then, I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that give everything trample, right? Scarecrow says, I knew you'd compare this to Goreclaw. Well, you know, it's mono green, it's dummy thick.
Yeah.
This is like this is like the Chungus kingdoms here. This one seems a turn or two slower than Goreclaw. Oh, 100% down. Well, yeah. So the comparison to Goreclaw is limited to plays Chungus creatures and
Mhm.
is mono green. Everything else is really different. Like Goreclaw is like, I mean, you still run the same protection suite and you still probably run the same removal spells, but that's more because we're in mono green than it is
Mhm.
anything else. The fight spells are good here. Fight, actually, bite spells are probably what we want, like Cosmic Hunger,
Yeah,
Master's Rebuke, Bite Down, Ram Through, that kind of stuff. Um, but
for sure.
yeah. But I think also similar level of durability. Like one of the ways you can get card advantage in Timmy decks is that you play things that don't die to removal, and so they just chill. They're just there. The 7/7 dies to like really big removal, but that stuff is pretty premium. And there's not very
Yeah.
much of it. It's like doesn't die to red removal, doesn't die to sweepers, doesn't die to red sweepers or black sweepers, dies to like black kill spells. That's
Yep.
it. Ankylos.
And some bounce spells that
Yep.
get rid of it for a little bit.
Oh, Ankylosaur
Um,
says, I was looking at Orchard Strider. Early game hit off your land drop. Late game, it's 6 mana for 20 power. That's fucked up, dude. I love
mm,
that. I love it. I love it. Yep. So
yeah.
any of these creatures, the ETB and make a food, and those are food. They're also life gain. Although I don't know that you'd ever want to sacrifice them for life. But posted a picture in your Discord you might like. Okay, let's see. This will make you look funny here for a second. Brew Bear. Is it in?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's in general. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on. We need to bring this on screen here. Save this image. Yep. Oh my God, the file is called trash. Oh, oh, it's so fabulous. Yeah, yeah. Nicely done there, Sniff. You did good, my friend. Uh, Trash. You need to find the file now. Yeah. Oh yeah. There it is.
Yes.
Oh, oh, oh. Yeah.
Dinosaurs.
Oh God, spread this meme. This needs. Oh,
So good.
oh yeah, I do like Sniff. Uh-huh. I think what we need to do is place this somewhere on the screen that is eternal. Oh boy, where does this go? Uh,
Accent piece right next to the card, like top left corner, very top left
Top
corner.
left corner. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. So we can still kind of see in the highlight card, but like,
Ooh, put it in the picture of the highlight card
oh,
because then it doesn't
yeah,
move.
yeah. Okay, good.
There
This
we
is
go.
good.
This is
Uh-huh.
everything
It's
in
all
the stack. That's
all
what.
according to the
Yeah.
it's all according to the plan. Um, yeah, right. Just like that, huh?
Perfect.
Is this sufficient, Sniff? Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay, now that I've been massively distracted by how funny that was. Yeah. Okay, so you've got the Orchard card, Knight of the Stampede. What do we think about this one? Is this last? Does this make the cut?
Knight of the Stampede. Sorry. Where are we?
Untagged creatures. It's the dinosaur cost reducer.
Oh, yeah. It's good. I don't know if it makes the cut. Like this and Kozilek's Channeler are kind of where I'm at. Like,
Yeah. Like,
do I want? It is a 5 mana 4/4 good in the end of the game? Yes. I think Knight of Stampede is. I'm pretty sure that one's out.
yeah. Because there's not like multiple knights in the deck. So we can cut that
Right.
one.
Yeah,
You've
it's
also
only
got,
for your commander, right? It only taps for your commander.
and then we have some dorks here. I think we should put these under ramp.
You want
Just under rocks.
Total, just under rocks?
Yeah, just under
works, 'cause
rocks.
They are
Yeah.
mostly rocks.
Yeah.
So,
So,
but I think that these ones I for sure want to keep Ornithopter Paradise because it is
oh, yeah.
a flyer 7/7.
Well, Right. But what I'm saying is we can just get rid of the dorks tag so
Or
that they're all,
I
because we need to
got
know
it.
how many rocks there are going to be, right? So like
Mhm.
inherited envelope can probably go, even though the Duodrone, well, it's a two power Duodrone, so it's not actually going to work. Inherited envelope can go. To considering,
I don't know
we
that
can,
like I oh shoot.
and
I just got rid of
then
one of them.
let's see, Fountain of Ichor. It's very flavorful, but like just becomes a 3/3. So what
Um,
happens? There's a lot of weird shit that happens in this deck. What happens when Fountain of Ichor is played off the top and becomes a 7/7, and then you pay 3 to make it a 3/3?
I believe it's a 3/3.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we cut that one though. That one's like not that amazing.
Um, it's not. Yeah, it's not amazing. Uh, it, I think I would go with Spectral Searchlight before that one.
Yeah, Spectral Search. Well, I think they're because we're gonna have 40, right? So I think
Uh,
Spectral Searchlight comes out anyways.
yeah. I
I
think
really
so.
like Pristine Talisman. I think Seer's Lantern is good. We are gonna like Ticket Turbo Tubes could potentially go,
Yeah, I don't like ticket turbo tubes, honestly.
and
Like,
then
it matters. Yeah,
okay,
doesn't come
rocks
up
for
that often.
Copper Mirror,
I accidentally.
rocks for Hedron Crawler, rocks for Mannequin. We're gonna consider Marching Duodrone a rock too, because what we're really saying is that these are
Yep.
ramp cards. Oh
Yeah.
shoot, I didn't mean to do that. What was that card that I just got rid of? That was Ornithopter. Ornithopter is been accidentally removed.
Okay.
Main deck.
Uh,
There we go.
all right.
And then what I want to do is
Um,
remove tag. There we go.
yeah. Okay. Um,
Okay. So now let me reload this.
Same.
Okay.
All
So
right. One thing we haven't talked about, one section of the deck that we haven't talked about is our draw spells.
yes.
I got 25 different artifacts that all say the words draw a card on them.
So this is like um, imagine that your 1 mana cantrip made a 7/7. Also,
Yeah, and all of these, I think,
it's so stupid.
most of these pretty much have text as
Yeah,
well.
they do. They do. Like Golden Egg
Um,
gains you life, Lembus gains you life. You're
uh,
missing Candy Trail, I think.
Candy Trail.
That one
Does that draw
scries too.
cards?
It just
That one
scries too.
sacrifices to draw a card.
Right, but it also scries too on ETB.
Okay. Uh,
And it's 1 mana. That's the other problem. You know, the other
right,
thing.
right. Because we also want. So a lot of these are in here because specifically that they,
Draw.
they draw and yeah, they make it harder to kill. Yeah, but I think that's fine. This goes into our draw one then, and yeah, so these all are able to cantrip
And they have text.
and
Sleeper
they have-
Dart.
right.
Elsewhere Flask is. So this is every card that says ETB draw a card? That's an artifact?
Just about or says when it dies, draw a card. Or when
Okay.
it goes into a graveyard, draw a card. Because I want, if they kill our Terrarian I don't think has like a ton of text on it. But when it
Ooh.
does die, it draws a card.
What about Pilgrim's Eye? Pilgrim's Eye seems great here.
Pilgrim's Eye's in here.
Okay, it is?
Is it
Where is
not?
it? I don't.
Did I
Oh,
miss
no,
that?
it is. It
Oh,
is.
it's just not in the draw because it doesn't actually draw. It,
Okay, got
when
it. Crashing Drawbridge, Ginger Brute. Ankylosaur says, love the Sky Scanner. That's a big cantrip. Yeah, it's a big pterodactyl.
A big.
It's a big metallic pterodactyl. This
I
is
guess
the
I put
Doctor Who
Pilgrim's
universe.
Eye in with rocks.
It does
because
draw a card. It
does-
is kind of going to
It
be...
is technically draw. Okay, I'll put it in with draw then.
Yeah. And then we cut Knight from the Knight of the Stampede, and we cut Kozilek's Channeler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think, so you did 35 lands. What was the reasoning around that? I thought we had talked about doing a little bit less.
We could definitely do less. I
Like
like
33?
35, 33. The
Like,
reason, yeah.
so we really need, so O cycling type creature. Because,
I think the troll's in there, isn't it? No, it's not.
oh, why
Okay.
is this? Oh, because we don't have a
Generous
commander.
Ent.
Okay,
So
so
generous Ent. I'll just find generous.
yeah, Generous Ent, and then the other one being the Orchard Strider, which you have both. Drag both of
Yeah.
those under lands.
Okay.
Um, and then honestly, like we could also play Timberland Ancient as well. I'm not concerned about like we do want to hit our land drops, but I think we can afford to play a couple like a couple basics for
Hmm.
these cards because they're castable
Hmm.
easily in the deck, right? They're just big threats off the top, or they find Gingerbread Cabin. Or with
Yeah.
Orchard Strider, you make just an enormous amount of power, right? So
Hmm.
Timberland Ancient can go in. I see those love hearts. I see you spamming. Good, good, good. Um, what about do we like cards like? Hmm. No, we have to be somewhat disciplined. I was thinking Greater Tanuki and all that, but it's like we're doing bigger.
No, no,
We
no,
have
no.
bigger.
We want
What's
our
that?
ramp to be artifacts
That
mostly,
classic
right?
line where it says, "You mustn't be afraid to dream bigger, darling." Or
Yeah.
he like loads the grenade launcher from Inception. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's reload this again. Oh my God, the crying face. Do you see that? When you reload,
Mhm.
look at the bottom of the screen. The crying face comes up. Oh, what? It's the crying face from Doctor Who. Creepy. Do we have
Oh,
crop
the Weeping
rotation? We do.
Angels. Yeah, the Weeping
The
Angels.
Weeping
Yeah.
Angels. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
totally.
It's
Oh, it's at the
it
very bottom. If you scroll to the very bottom of the page, it's there.
yeah, there it is.
Whee!
Creepy.
Terrifying.
Terrifying. Yep. We do have crop rotation. Yep, we are playing crop
Hmm.
rotation. Uh, where is it?
It's in
Yep,
the
tutors.
tutors in the
Yep.
bottom, which I put expedition map, navigation orb. Uh,
Is this
is
good?
almost um. So it's similar to a rock,
Yeah, it is.
and it can find us heap gate plus another gate
Oh, it finds
to
gates.
activate. Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
So
that's
like
pretty good.
it's not amazing. Like the heap gate thing is maybe not the best of our lands, um, right? Like
Yep.
compared to Darksteel Citadel, it's not as good. Um,
I think we need to cut
However,
the Brandywine Farmer.
I am uh, I am in line with that. I think that
Yeah.
that's probably not it.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
it's good, and if like
Tokens,
we have it in play, it makes us hard to attack because people won't want to give us the
extra
foods.
one.
But I
Yeah,
think we can cut that one. Um,
I'm pretty happy with that. Um,
God, Return from the Wilds is really sick. This is like a mana rock, but better
oh
sometimes.
no, yeah, sometimes,
It's like it's
yeah,
getting us a land and it's making the food token.
right. The land comes
So
in tapped,
yeah, it does. That's
which is
true.
different than most of our other mana rocks.
So this should go under
Um,
ramp, right? Or rocks.
yeah, I guess we're just calling rocks ramp, and
Yeah,
that's fine. This
that's what
also
it is.
does make
Yeah.
an artifact, so like it is a rock
Yes, it is a
in that
rock.
sense.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah,
Um,
it's kind of like I had this realization at one point that when I was playing Witherbloom Apprentice, that if I played cards like Vampire Spawn or like Arrogant Outlaw or Okiba Reckoner Raid, that it was
yeah,
like a body that was also triggering Magecraft twice.
yep,
Right?
yep. Where
Like
it
if I
is.
want a body, as long as it drains, it's basically Magecraft. Right?
Right. It's a similar thing, right?
Yeah. So
They
it's a
all
similar
function the same.
concept. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, yeah, and I'm
Oh,
pretty happy
magnifying
with that.
glass. Holy shit.
Magnifying glass hits 3 spots. It's draw, it's
Woo!
tokens, and it's a rock. It's a good card in the deck.
Yeah, no
Um,
kidding. Holy crap.
yeah,
Okay.
for those
So we have
Hearthstoners out there,
42 ramp things,
1977.
38 cards. We need to cut some more. So what are the worst rocks that we have then? Um, Is
Like
Argothian Opportunist good?
Argothian Opportunist is probably where I'm looking at a cut. I'm going to go ahead and call that one
Yep.
into
Okay.
considering. And um, okay, we do have other spots in the deck that we do have untagged creatures.
Where
This
untagged creatures are.
up at the
Uh,
top, just below lands, and
okay. So Ginger Brute, unblockable, haste, also gains life.
Mhm,
Um, becomes a 7/7 unblockable. That's hasty. That's pretty gross. I have to
it
say, like,
is.
and if
Gingerbread is
we
quite good.
cast Gingerbrute early and then we go Ancestral Statue, pick it up, replay it, make it a 7/7 for one, and then haste
Yeah,
it, like it seems important.
I'm. Yeah, my thought here, like I think that the my thoughts are on the two rebuys. Like
Really,
I don't know if that is like they basically just draw a card, right? Like
they
it's
draw a card and they make
a
something that
slight
wasn't a
better than
seven
draw a
seven
card.
into a 7/7.
Right, but drawing a card just makes another 7/7 out of whatever card we top deck. Because almost all the cards in the deck make at least one 7/7.
Well, I mean, a third of them are lands, right? So I think that's like
That's true.
a drawn card,
So it's draw one and a third cards.
right? And it's doing both of
Um,
those at the same time, right? So it's drawing us a card and it's making something into a
as a
7/7.
sevens.
Yeah.
Or
So
is a
it
7/7.
and they
Right?
are 7/7s themselves, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
5 mana 4/4, or 5 mana and a 4 mana 7/7. These are both still good. So there's some value layering that seems good. Maybe Fangren
Yeah.
Marauder doesn't make the cut
Like
because like when are we
I do think
sacrificing
that
our artifacts?
they're
Like they're
just dying in
7/7s.
combat. They're like
The seven
people are
sevens are
just gonna
dying.
have to kill. Yeah, they're gonna have to kill them. You're gonna have to spend a removal to kill my golden egg when it attacks you. Like
Oh,
or
yeah,
take
yeah.
7 damage, right? Like those are the options there.
I
Like
don't know if
sometimes
people.
they're gonna
I mean,
die, right?
yeah.
Like you just can't take 7/7s all day. You know, I think that they are. I think that they are just going to die sometimes, and getting 5 life out of them. But like, I think like that said, like it is like it might only be gain 5 to 10 life with this Fangren Marauder. But I think that you talked a little bit about how like everybody else is also sacrificing artifact.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Well,
like treasure
that's like
tokens is one of the most common strategies.
yeah.
Like and cantripping artifacts and stuff like exist
Yeah.
pretty regularly.
Yeah, I mean that's true. So here's another thing that Scarecrow mentioned: re-killing 7/7s. If you have multiple, game is over before you care about value. You only need 4 or 5. Yeah, like you really don't need very many 7/7s to win the game. And so the question would
Yeah,
be like, do we?
that was my thinking. That was my thinking actually on the Guardians and the
Uh
Ancestral
huh.
Statue is that they
Yeah.
don't come in on the same turn, right? Like getting to 12 mana for this Guardians of Koilos and then
Like
dropping another thing on it
I
is
would say
like
they're
I would,
pretty bad before the commander comes down,
yeah.
but at the same time, like cards that aren't good, when you're like that aren't good before your commander comes out are okay. Yeah,
Hmm.
and Sniff mentions he still wants trample. I agree. I think we need, although that trample creature will die. It will 100% die. Are
Yeah.
you running Elvish Herder? It seems like a solid 1-drop trample enabler. So so we'll do creatures, trample. There's a couple of mana sink creatures that do this too. Um, and because we don't have the color, it's color
You
equals
got to
green.
do ID equals less than or equal to green. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We're
For this one, I
skipping.
don't think it matters. Yeah.
Yeah, C equals green will work fine. Um, Stampeding Elk Herd is like one of my favorites. Spectral Hunt Caller is really good. Um,
Hmm.
these are ETB. Um,
Yeah, we don't want one-time use stuff
no,
of it.
it'd be like Nihilia's Forerunner. This will die.
Hmm.
Well, that's our only option, really, is these three.
Okay, I don't
So
think
that's
I don't think that
fine.
more than three is necessary. It, like like you were saying, I think that attacking with a 7/7 into most people, except for TPI and like Abdel, like attacking with 3/7/7s a turn is gonna get him dead.
Yeah, agreed.
Like,
So other things that might grant trample as well could be. Oh,
uh,
we gotta go color equals
we're
green
also
again.
playing. We're also playing a couple of evasion creatures. Um,
Elvish Herder was the recommendation for 1 green, giving something trample. That's actually not bad. I mean, it feels bad to kill. Like you imagine somebody casting lightning bolt on this thing.
yeah,
It is a target. It's a legal target for lightning bolt. But
I
like,
would absolutely target this with lightning bolt if I'm in
yeah,
TPI.
dude.
If I'm in TPI, that thing eats
Oh,
the bolt.
100%, hundred
If I'm
percent.
in, that thing eats the removal.
Which
Yeah, you can't let the 7/7s trample.
you can't let them do that. But here's the thing: before it dies, activate, 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 activate,
Yeah, well, I kill it on my turn,
or you counter it. I
or
think
you
that's more
counter it.
likely. You counter it, yeah,
Yeah,
and then you just
yeah.
block the 7/7s. There's also Sylvanas Invoker here. Target land you control. I mean, if we have a shitload of mana, being able to make them into 8/8s, it's kind
Hmm.
of interesting.
It's two. It's how many 8/8s? You can
Three,
make one 8/8. 8.
8 mana makes an 8/8 with trample and haste.
Okay,
It's like okay because like all
it's
of our rocks are
good.
like 1 and 2 mana, draw a card, make a 7/7. It's a lot
Yeah,
better, but it's a mana sink, right? So if we just don't
yeah,
have a lot of
yeah.
cards, a card like Wildheart Invoker also gives trample and a big buff. But I think
Mm,
generally
That
speaking, we're
one's no. I'm
oh
not going that
Mastodon.
deep. Mastodon does work.
It's
That
also a
one
five
eats
three.
removal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Um,
I'm like
I'm
less
pretty happy with just like I'm I'm pretty happy with just like three, to be
yeah,
honest.
like Elvish
Um,
Herder, Spectral Hunt Caller, and
Stampeding Elkherd.
Stampeding Elkherd. I think that's kind of where we
Um,
want to be.
yeah, I am
Got
totally fine with just those three.
Ank says, "Got to run, but excited to see the final draft looks like." Take care, guys. Good to see you, David.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out with us, and thanks for the recommendations. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Um, okay, so these are going to be under evasion.
Yeah, along with Sky Shaper. Um,
Spectral Hunt Caller. Spectral Hunt Caller is going to be really good. And I
yeah.
don't like Nylea's Forerunner here because it is 3
Mhm.
toughness. I feel
Yep.
like this makes it so easy for our opponents to.
Yeah.
I
This
mean, there
thing,
is
that
some
one,
there.
I don't
Uh,
like it. Like of our choices, it's by far the worst.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
Um, and then did you grab the Sky Shaper as well? I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure.
I did.
Alright, cool.
So, okay. So we still need to cut some rocks, and we have another thing, which is
We have to cut 30. We have to cut 37 cards still.
wait. So
Um,
wait. Here's a question: if we play ceremonial knife and it's a 7/7, uh, it's not equipped, right?
Correct. It does not have the. It
It's
does not
just
have
a
the text.
creature, and it
Yeah,
can no
it does not have
longer
text.
equip.
Correct.
Does that make these kind of weird?
It does.
Because like we
But
don't have a lot of cheap creatures to attach these to.
yeah, we do. Yeah, we
So,
do. We kind of do. We have
huh?
25 creatures.
Let me see here. Let's go 1 mana. So we have Ornithopter, Phyrexian Walker, Elvish Herder, Ginger Brute, and then Coppermere, Hedron Crawler, Mannequin, Marching Duodrone, Ornithopter. It's not a huge number. 2,
Stone
4,
retrieval unit.
10. So we have
Uh,
13 creatures that are
I mean,
0 to
I'm
3 mana that could
well.
equip these.
There's Mirror Enforcer, Sojourner's Companion, and Frogmite as well.
Okay, okay. So there's a
Right. Like
few.
I'm happy to drop those, and like it. They have the marching. They have sort of the same turn thing. Which is really where I think the
Hmm.
like big.
Scarecrow makes a good
swings.
point here too. The ceremonial knife is the only one that doesn't require to hit the player. All the other ones do. Ceremonial is only combat damage,
True.
so I could see cutting prying blade, gold vein pick.
Yeah.
They have a very high ceiling on them, but they kind of like. I mean, it seems to me that any creature that we swing with that has one of these on it, when we have our commander in play, will get blocked.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay, that kind of answers the question then. Because when we have our commander in play is when this matters most, right? Because we're not playing these just to be rocks.
Well,
We're playing these to be repeat 7/7 makers. And they aren't repeat 7/7 makers most of the time, probably. Because unless we have evasion, right?
Unless we have evasion.
Which we have three ways to do in the deck.
That's we have gilded pinions as well.
All right. Yep.
And
I feel like the ceremonial knife makes the most sense here because it's just so guaranteed.
Yeah, ceremonial knife I think stays in, but
these
they
two
do also ramp, right, in the beginning.
But we have lots of ramp, right? And if we're looking at rocks, these are among the worst of them.
Are they?
I just don't think they ever make 7/7s. That's my main concern. How many creatures do we have that fly? Like we have
like Ornithopter of Paradise.
Ornithopter of Paradise, and we also have the Pilgrim's Eye and the Sky Scanner. It's just not a huge number. I mean, the upside is high, but it just seems super inconsistent to me.
Okay.
So sad.
Wedding invitation.
Did we cut Argothian Opportunist?
Wait, Argothian Opportunist. I thought I already did. Isn't that the creature with Mana Rock?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't refreshed.
I just sent it into considering.
Yeah. I already had that one in considering. What are you at? You're at 138.
Scarecrow included.
There's another card that I guess.
Stinger.
I have one more card cut than you, so.
Okay. I will reload. Yeah, Scarecrow says he cut everything but the blood one.
Yeah.
That makes some sense to me.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like because we're gonna run out of we're gonna have to make like cuts, and we don't even have like very much removal in here yet.
No, we have like 2 pieces.
Yeah. Reap and Sow, is this card good enough?
Yeah. I was pretty hesitant on it before.
I think we can cut that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about the 0 mana stuff? Is there anything in here that's embarrassing? Like Herbal Poultice is like does dual duty, but like
Regenerate. Yeah.
Regenerate. I mean, because I think that the kill spells on this are going to be black, or they're going to be blue.
Yeah, and it's and this one is a card you save in hand to be a 7/7. You don't play this as a 0 mana.
Right. Yeah. So it comes out as a 7/7. So its purpose is really okay. If we think about the heuristics of it, this card on
is
one
better
hand,
than a Phyrexian Walker.
Yeah, it's like the same
Phyrexian
thing.
Walker has it's similar, but this one does have an upside, whereas Phyrexian Walker doesn't. Right?
It almost seems like we would never ever sack this.
No, but like Phyrexian Walker doesn't even have the option to, right?
It doesn't have the app. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Okay, so the reason that I like this one over some other ones is that we play our commander, we cast this, they kill the commander, so this doesn't enter as a 7/7. It now has text.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
Yep. So, I mean, I guess this is going to be something we're going to have to test, right? Like, how good are the 0 drops? How important are they? Kind of like Goreclaw, right? Where it was like, how many ramp creatures do we need to have to like do this consistently, right? Like, and then it's like, it's and how many minimum 4 mana 4/4s do we want to play? It's like, 40 of them.
40
That's
of
the
them.
answer. Yeah.
40.
So like all of them.
All of
And then you're
them.
like, oh shit, there's a list of like 20 more of them that I haven't got in the deck.
Yeah.
So with the 0 cost cards, I think that these have such explosive upside to them that we want them. Like I'm
I think we
imagining a
do. I
turn
think
where
we
we
do.
go like cast commander. We have 1 mana up. We go Cathar's Shield. They go to kill it, and we go like Snakeskin Veil, and then we resolve like 1 or 2 more of these, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like
I think
GG.
so. Is
Like,
Springleaf Drum good here? I don't know
yeah.
if it is.
Yeah. Springleaf Drum is playable because you can play it before you play your commander, and then your commander is on the same turn.
Oh, so it gives
Like,
you mana.
it gives you 1 mana on the turn you play your commander, which lets you play like all the draw cards, all
Yep.
the like
I'm a little worried that
a
Springleaf
little
Drum
protection.
would be like. I'm a little worried that Springleaf Drum won't have a creature to tap. That's my only concern. Flywheel Racer kind of in the same camp.
My thought was that it taps the commander to play a protection spell or a second one
Right.
a second 1-drop on the same
Yep.
turn.
Okay. Cool.
And
So we've got 1 more rock to cut to get to 40, which is a very arbitrary number.
we just kind of chose that, right? Like,
God, Flywheel Racer is great here too. It's just a
yeah, it has
2
vigilance.
mana vigilant 7/7. That's so sick.
Like, okay, so the downside to this one is that it is only a mana rock if it is a creature.
Wait, what?
Otherwise, it so.
Oh well, you
Flywheel
have
Racer,
to crew it to make it a creature.
to make it a
Well,
creature.
no, but if it becomes a creature because it enters, then it is a 7/7 that taps
That is
for
a
1
mana
mana. It's actually
It has
better.
vigilance.
Yeah, it's super gross.
Like, I don't think it's. Yeah, I agree that it's a card that should stay in, but I am saying that it's like maybe not a rock beforehand.
Oh, well, but it's not a rock in the same way that Springleaf Drum isn't. Because this is the same thing. It basically Springleaf Drum kind of reads crew in a way because you have to tap another creature, right? So it's kind of similar.
Similar.
Sniff House says, I like Haunted Cloak, but that's it for equipment, I think. Haunted Cloak is interesting. Haunted Cloak, the problem with equipment in this deck is that they're coming out as 7/7s, and which is not that big of a problem. But with equipment, once they become a 7/7, then they're not equipment anymore that you can equip. And I don't know whether like Vigilance, Haste, Trample are necessarily like the most important thing for what we're doing. I'm not like
I like all the abilities, of course.
I like all those. They're very good, but I would almost like, I don't know, something like Crashing Drawbridge where everything gets trample, or sorry, everything gets haste, or everything gets trample, or something like that is higher value. But other cards to cut, Vessel of Endless Rest could be the next one.
Yeah, probably is for me.
Okay, let's take that one out. Down to 33.
Yeah, like Springleaf Drum is potential. Like, I could see that. Or no, Mana Geode, I think, probably before Springleaf Drum.
We're at 40 though, so
okay. Yeah.
I think we're good.
Fair enough.
I like including the hasty creature, artifact creatures over the haunted cloak. Surprise, more 7/7s. Yeah, anything that's an artifact and is hasty. Type artifact. Haste. Are there any other ones? That's the question. Oh man, there's a few. 21. But only certain ones for our deck.
You're looking at all the red ones.
All of them. Yes. But there's other...
Which is almost half of them. Either require a red creature or are red.
Right. So we have Swiftfear... Thundersteel Colossus is crazy. That's 7 mana though. We don't pay 7 mana for our 7/7s.
We don't pay 7 mana for 7.
We pay 1 mana for them, or 0.
Yeah.
The acceptable amount of mana for a 7/7 is 0.
Yeah.
Or 3, I guess. But
we can pay some 3 mana 7/7s.
We have like Arcbound Hybrid. None of these are playable. Show the
Like
drawbridge.
Arcram
Oh,
Hybrid
here.
is a 9/9.
Yeah, Crashing
No,
Drawbridge
it's
was the
still not.
card that is. This card is very good. It is a 2 mana
I'm pretty sure it is.
defender. That's
Yeah,
okay.
it's like
It's not blocking or attacking anyways. It's tapping to give things haste.
Yeah, it can block in the early game. This is something you can play before your commander to block.
Springleaf Drum.
And that's about the only thing we have in that slot, to be honest. Which is kind of funny. There's
Here,
a
keep
couple.
going for a sec. I gotta blow my nose.
Yeah. All right. I think we can cut a couple of our draws. I think we could probably go down to 22. We could probably get 5 slots out of that. I'm just trying to think of what our percentages are. I think we can go down to 22 for our draw. This is maybe cute, but it is an indestructible 7/7, and indestructible is very good. Exile removal is pretty limited, and if it bounces, it's fine. It comes back, still indestructible.
So 20 draw is what I was kind of hearing you say?
Yeah, 2022. I think that we could probably get.
That's a lot of draw. That is so much.
Yeah,
but I mean, they're one card.
A lot of these are in our. A lot of these are in our
ramp
rocks as well, right?
Right.
So these are double slotting.
Yeah. So like Commander Sphere is rarely going to be draw card, if it comes off the top, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
If it comes off the top, it's going to be a 7/7 that we like hit people with. And the only time we would ever draw at instant speed, draw is like if we are going to be dead, right? Which there aren't a ton of ways that like drawing a card off the top is going to save us.
I think Energy Refractor is probably the least impactful one, though. It's just 2 mana draw card.
It fixes mana, yeah, it's pretty
Filter,
bad. And it's really the ETB draw card that we want more than anything else, right?
I'm okay with death, too, on death. Triggers. Like, you kill my 7/7, I get a card out of it, and probably make another 7/7 with that card. 2/3 of the time. So, like, the implement and Ichor Bellspring is great.
Oh, there's Kaleidostone.
Kaleidostone.
Oh, no, we can't play that. Sorry. Prophetic Prism. I would prefer the ETB draw card more than anything else because it
is better. Yeah,
it is better. So like Prophetic Prism.
I'm pretty sure that I got all of them though.
Prophetic Prism's the only one we're missing. I'll add that one. Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the one I just cut? The filter one?
No, you cut the Energy Refractor. But I guess I'm just asking the question: would we rather cut things that require dying first? Or
in the 2 mana slot, yeah. I don't think I had any in the 2 mana slot though.
I wonder if we can pick a commander now.
No. They usually take a couple days.
Oh! Haha! Yeah!
Hey!
Hey!
Great. That helps us on our searches quite a bit.
Yeah, and this helps us get the
Yeah, none of the 2 mana ones. All the 2 mana ones are ETB. Draw a card. None of those are death. It's just the 1 mana stuff that is that. And I think that it being 1 mana is an upside. And yes, I think I'm playing all of the 1 mana ETB draw card ones.
Yeah, I don't see very much here we'd want to cut. Orazka Relic could go. Because Orazka Relic is a very efficient draw when you just need draw and it's gaining you life, and we will absolutely have Ascend. But it's but I really do think that the ETB draw is going to be a lot better.
This is a mana rock. It's a mana
rock.
It
is a mana rock, but I think we're at 41, aren't we?
Yeah, but like
we're at 40.
Are we?
We're at 40. Yeah, we're at 40.
Okay, I need to refresh them, I guess.
Scarecrow says, do you have blighted burgeoning for ramp? Incubate token means a 9/9 before it's blocking. Oh, incubate. Holy shit.
Oh, I didn't think of incubate at all. Yeah.
That's a great recommendation, Scarecrow, because there's also Converter Beast. That's a lot bigger than a that's a lot bigger than a 7/7. That's a 12/12.
Or I guess it's 6 mana 12/12. Still
6
great.
mana, yeah. Blighted Burgeoning though, this is the same as a rock. But it's actually better.
It is.
Yeah, usually. It's better. Yeah, we want that. Converter Beast will go into the sideboard for now. I think like the 12/12 maybe like more than we need.
Yeah. But it's also an early game blocker, right? You could play this beforehand. Or no, you can't. Never mind.
No.
I mean, you can, and then it's a 5/5, but it's not. Doesn't become a 9/9 afterwards. Or a 12/12.
We don't have any naturalizes in here except for spider food, right?
Yeah.
We could also play.
Removal is pretty light right now.
What about natural reclamation? The Cascade. The
Cascade's kind of cool, in that it like mostly finds a rock.
Yeah, yeah. 5 mana instant speed, naturalize with Cascade. Because I am worried about our commander getting turned off with like auras, right?
Yeah. I still think I want to come down and get towards 110 before.
Oh, you don't want to keep adding cards?
But why? I would like to get down.
But
first.
Why? Oh, actually, here's another one. Crack open. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Create a treasure. Yeah, baby.
Instant?
A sorcery.
Okay.
But I think, honestly, that's too good. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't love instant. I don't love sorcery speed.
No, neither do I. But it's mainly for our commander.
It is. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The protection in it.
There's always like Rending Vines. No, that's the number of cards in hand. Return to Nature is always good. Put that in the sideboard just because. There's... Oh, the sorcery speed modal spells is what you're focusing on, Scarecrow? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you see, for mid power. There's Troublemaker Oof, which, because we have a lot of artifacts, is on, but I think we can do way better than that, right? Oh, you find a curse. Oh, that only destroys artifacts, though. Oh, no, it does either one. Oh, I think you find a cursed idol is good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to add that for sure. I think that it's okay for us to be a bit greedy on this with the instants and sorceries. Because, like, we have to remember that like, interaction is not what our deck does well. So we do leave that to the other players to at
least somewhat, yeah.
Yeah.
Sylvok Replica is a 7/7 that can destroy an artifact or enchantment.
That's fabulous. Yeah, we want that.
Yeah.
Do we have Broken Fall for free protection for the turn the commander comes down? We don't. Our cuts are gonna get really hard. I think there's a couple of things that are clear to me. With 38 cards, we're gonna have to cut just like hard truth, Fangren Marauder, Guardian, Ancestral Statue, probably even Ginger Brute.
I'm kind of with you on all of those, to be honest.
I like these cards a lot, and there's a Pipe Dream world where we make room for all those, but there's a lot of like win more in there. Like, do we like Sky Shaper more than the other 3 trample effects? It's one time, whereas the other ones like repeat. Maybe Sky Shaper.
Sky Shaper is also a 7/7 on its own.
Right. It's a 7/7
that-
that will make you that you won't keep the 7/7 if you want evasion, but if you're giving it evasion, you're killing somebody or multiple people, right?
Right. Yeah. Or
So Sky Shaper
killing
is a
somebody
better
and
top
shooting
deck
somebody
than Elvish Herder is,
quite a bit. Yeah.
unless Elvish Herder is giving trample to your whole team. Huh. Maybe. Well, here's another question: is Sky Shaper better than Spectral Hunt Caller? Hunt Caller does cost 6 mana to do its thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the cut.
Hunt Caller?
Yeah. Unless we wanted to cut Elvish Herder. Elvish Herder is probably going to be like 4 mana. It's actually quite similar. Elvish Herder is going to be like 4 mana to give our team trample, and then they're not getting +1/+1.
But it only costs 1 mana.
Right, but it also dies to
In the
everything.
top. Yeah.
That's the difference. Whereas like Spectral Hunt Caller doesn't die as easily. So I think the call is between Herder and Caller.
Yeah, but if we're in the top deck scenario, right, I would much rather top deck an Elvish Herder than a Spectral Hunt Caller. Because I can play the Herder and anything else in my hand and give my team trample.
You're right. You're right about Hunt. Always with Elvish Herder, you will be able to play it and activate it many times. However, the Spectral Hunt Caller, it's 11 mana to play and activate, but we're a big mana deck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. We want to get to 15 mana. Pretty in like many games.
I think that if a person chose to play one of these over the other, I don't think it's wrong. But I think we only have 3 slots for this. And my temptation is to cut the Herder because it dies to everything.
Right. Fair enough. I agree with you on the premise of you probably want 3 of these, and
and I think
it's one of these two,
right. And Herder is also very similar to Sky Shaper in that like any of these effects that give us trample are going to get killed if people can, right? So Elvish Herder will come down and it will do its thing and it will die, right?
Yeah.
Sky Shaper is the same way.
Hunt Caller might not.
Hunt Caller might not. Stampeding Elkherd might not.
Sky Shaper doesn't necessarily. Yeah. Sky Shaper might just be a 7/7 for most.
It might just be a 7/7. It could also just die, right? Just like the Elvish Herder would. So Scarecrow says, I like Fangren Marauder for stabilizing before the commander is played. Also, if you burn any treasures on your commander play turn, you gain a lot of life. Do we talk about Master Chef? I like 8/8s more, lol. Master Chef is win more.
That's very overkill.
But never change, Sniff. So Fangren Marauder is obviously quite good in the deck. It's just a good card in the format in general, but we have 33 cards to cut. Okay.
Yep.
We gotta get real a little bit.
So that one's gone.
Draw stuff. Yeah, like stickers.
Yeah, we still have about 5 cuts in the draw.
Stickers are gonna go.
Stickers, gone out of here.
Okay. Relic.
Out of my life will be a thing.
Yeah. A relic, I think, can go because it has to sack to draw.
Okay.
And we already have Heirloom and we have Tormod's Crypt. So yes, it's a cheap. So there's the cheap artifacts thing, which is cool. Oh gosh, I forgot about another artifact that has a relevant ability. Tormod's Crypt Keeper, 3 mana vigilant creature that can tap sacrifice to eat somebody's graveyard, and it has vigilance. So that one would kind of be, although it has to sack itself though.
Yeah, and
it's a vigilant 7/7. I mean,
it can go in considering, but I don't want to. We can.
We're not adding that card. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's main decked.
No.
Like, I could see a realm for it if you're playing in that meta. Like where everybody in your meta is graveyard combo, flicker stuff.
Yeah. So here's another thing. I think these 1 mana ones that have to die.
Wait, isn't Letter of Acceptance worse than Rosca Relic?
Yeah. But we didn't cut Rosca Relic.
Okay, you were talking about it.
I think we should cut Chromatic Star, Horizon Spellbomb, Implement of Ferocity, Terrarion, Wizard's Rockets.
They're one
all
mana.
these, they're all 1 mana, and they make a big body. But what they're
Hmm.
also doing is that they have to die to draw us a card. So they actually don't draw us a card most of the time.
I think you're doubting the fact that people have to kill the 7/7.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying these are silverback shamans.
These are silverback shamans. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
but okay, so you're right. You're right. But are they
You
going
just
to do
have.
that, or are they going to kill the commander?
Doesn't matter. If you kill the commander and this thing attacks you forever, you still die. Right?
Yeah.
You still just die.
But you also we need to find like cuts, right? Like, is it like
Like you
and
take
these
4 hits from this and you're dead.
right these are all so my argument here is that these are here almost purely to be creatures, and we don't
Yeah.
have problems with creatures. We have lots of them. We have like a zillion cards in the deck that make creatures. Um, and I think
You
that
want them all
that's
to ETB. Okay.
right.
All right.
Hey there,
Fine.
Dulcis.
Fine.
Hey,
Sorry,
so we're live streaming right now. So if you wanna watch, hop in the YouTube.
Sorry.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Totally fine. We're chilling in the lounge right now, so we're kind of asking for it.
Okay, I will join.
Yeah, see you in the live stream. Peace. Okay.
I'm happy to move. We need some cuts.
Yep.
I like all these
I
cards.
like these cards. I really like the rationale you provided for them. They have alternative modes. They're not bad cards. That's what's very clear to me. But they're also not accomplishing.
I also don't think that scrying 2 on the candy trail is very like I don't see that as very impactful.
It's a card that has overperformed for me
Really
a lot. Yeah, this card is insane. You know, this card is being seeing play in Legacy right now.
candy trail. Try to
Yeah. Yeah, there's a mono black Saga Beseech the Mirror deck where, because it's 1 mana, when you flip your Saga, you just pick Candy Trail. Candy Trail scries you too, and it's like a colorless cantrip basically that gets you closer to your Beseeches while also drawing you a card and gaining life to offset Ancient Tomb and Thoughtseize.
Weird.
So it's like I saw this as a 3 of.
As a 3 of? Oh, geez.
3 of, and he 5-0'd the game. He 5-0'd the tournament. It was.
I mean,
pretty sick.
but that wasn't on the back of this card. Let's not.
Well, it
pretend.
actually was because it was finding him his Beseeches. Yeah. There were 2 games where he was like dead, and he flipped into Candy Trail, dug for it, found Beseech on top, sacked it to draw the Beseech, and then Beseeched and won the game.
All right. Like, I don't know. Like, it's sure. Yeah. All right. That's fine. Like, I think the Beseech is a busted card, and this is a card that can see play in that and maybe does a thing.
We're not playing it because it's good in Beseech or because it's good in Legacy. It's more just like it's a very reasonable 1-drop that has like 2 stages on it. That will find us whatever we need next.
That's fine. We're down to about where I wanted to get to 20 to 22 draw. We're at 21.
Yeah.
I think I'm happy to move on to another section-ish.
So
we also said we talked about having maybe 33 lands. We still have 35.
Yeah, 33 I think would be fine. We're gonna have plenty of mana to cycle these creatures, right? Because we're ramping.
Yeah.
So like I imagine if we don't hit our land drops, we just cycle.
Is still
pretty fine.
Yeah.
So we are getting to the point where we don't have that many snowlands, and Arkham's Astrolabe starts to be extremely inconsistent.
Like we can cut some of our colorless lands too. Like I just threw lands in there because I tend to run them in these sorts of decks.
Okay, so Path of Ancestry.
Path of Ancestry, Tosca's Dig Site.
Oh, I think Tokasha's Dig Site's better than Path, though.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so Path being... It's okay that it's tapped. We can afford some tap lands. Maybe we keep Path.
Radiant
Quicksand.
Fine.
These are good. I mean, all these cards are like pretty good. Cradle of the Accursed can go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. It's not tokens. It's artifacts. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many gates do we need?
2. but like I would like
So
to
could
have
we cut Manor Gate?
yeah, like right, because
Is there another gate we could play instead?
no, there's only 3. You could play sorry, there are 4, but you
It's
don't
pretty bad.
you don't play the one that costs you a mana to play.
No.
Um, so of
Yeah.
them, I have the 3 best ones in there.
Yeah. Bruno
And
Felipe says this deck looks dumb and I love it.
yeah,
Dumb is a
thank you.
great word for it. Yeah, thank you. Um, it is dumb, um, and it is awesome. It's you know, like unless explicitly stated, all the decks that we build on these live streams are intended to be competitive. We are building this with the intention of being competitive. Um, Sniff and I are working on something special though. Might not be competitive. We'll see. So yeah, so it's dumb. It's probably strong. You know, is it like hyper dynamic, like where you have answers to special things and like killing things on the stack? Fuck no. We're dummy thick. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is big Timmy energy up in this. And
Big
we've got
Timmy
Jin Shooting. Jin Shooting Star says commenting in 2 accounts to help the algorithm. Jin Shooting Star, you're a real champ. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And of course, for everybody watching right now, if you are enjoying it, make sure to do the free thing. Hit the like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff. I always hate how when I say this, it's like I feel like I'm chiding people. That's not the point. But then like half the people leave when I say that. But it's like, do the free thing. It's always very, very nice to see that. And of course, if you want to join the Patreon, patreon.com/common connoisseurs. Cool, let's move on. We've got 33 lands. We'll take the Hickory Woodlot, probably comes out.
we have our 33 lands, right? That's just where we're at.
Yeah, I just added one more forest and took out the Hickory lot.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then
Like Manor Gate
Like,
can go for just, or Basilisk Gate can go. I mean, I don't know. One of those 2 gates can probably.
I would prefer keeping Basilisk Gate over Manor Gate.
Sure.
Oh, Basilisk Gate does literally nothing. Like it
right, like it's an 8/8 instead of a 7/7. That is 2 kills with the 2 hits with the commander, but like,
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it comes in untapped is the other thing about it.
Untapped, right. It's okay that we have some tap lands. I think like here we have
2.
1, 2. That's nothing. And we have 3 creatures that are kind of like mana to play them. I think we could just leave it as is. We're at 25 cards. We have so many cuts left. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Sylvok Replica is really cool.
Yeah, if it's a naturalized we're looking at, I'm going with Cascader. Like, I do think it's cool, but I think that, like...
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm really starting to think that Astrolabe, as efficient as it is also... is it unplayable? Like, how many...
We have 17 sources.
That's 20, actually. Generous End, Orchard Strider, Timberland
all
Agent.
count, right? Yeah, we're all going to find
So 20, that's enough.
Yeah.
You have enough rocks, you don't need to worry about green sources.
Right.
Yep, I agree. Yep. I like Sleeper Dart. Spare Supplies is nice. Wedding Invitation is gross.
Where are we still heavy?
It's rocks.
No,
well, actually, it's same turn. It's same turn.
We can cut a couple. I like the 2 equipments don't do anything otherwise.
Well, we've got Alex Arnett. Okay. Welcome, my friend. Alex here. Let's go. Wait, is this another clue in the not Alcadron Twitter? Alex here. Is Alex Arnett Alcadron not Alcadron on Twitter? What? So Zach, you don't spend any time on that cursed place, but on Twitter there's an account called Not Alcadron,
Wait,
and nobody knows.
X? Yeah,
X, sure. Yeah, Alex says Dinosaur Affinity. I love it so much. Yeah, it's artifacts and dinosaurs. Oh, this is Alex Arnett. Okay, I see. Got it. I was starting to get kind of like tinfoil hatty there, you know, like I don't have a tinfoil hat on me, but if I had one, I would have put it on. Okay, it's the 0 mana cards.
All right.
This is
Walker has the least text if their commander is removed. I'm considering so what we want is these to have text when a commander is removed in response, and so probably maybe the 2 shields don't do
one shield, maybe
1 shield. All right, sounds good.
Dulcis asks, do you consider land cycling a 1-to-1 replacement to a land? Not always, and it depends is the answer. So when you have a 1-mana land cycler, like the Generosent, Troll of Khazad-dûm, Lorien Revealed, Oliphant, and Eagles of the North, I do cut a basic land. Always. 100% of the time, cut a basic land for that. For the 2-mana ones, if you play 2 of them, I consider that 1 land. But a lot of times the 2-mana ones are played in addition to because they're just good cards. So like Alabaster Host Intercessor is a removal spell in most white decks I play. It's just a removal spell, but I also will put it under lands as an additional land. I'm not cutting a land for it. You see what I mean? In this case, Generosent is a land. In this case, we have 40 rocks, 40 mana rocks. So I'm actually treating all of these like lands. That's the depends part, right? Because we're saying, yeah, we're going to have like 2 lands in hand on average. And we'll have 2 mana rocks. And then we play a 2 mana rock off our second land. Third turn, we cycle the land, cycle the thing, get the land, play it, play a 3 mana rock, go to town, right? Like these are lands.
Yeah.
That is the answer. We could cut Timberland Ancient. I mean, it's not.
But if we did, we would cut. I would probably.
We would add a land.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fine.
I think we can cut.
Orchard Strider is so much better. Like, no, Timberland Ancient is in here because of Gingerbread Cabin. That's why. Yeah. So
non-basic cycling is good. Okay, let's go to our rocks again. I think.
Yep. Oh my God, chat's going off here. Hold on one sec. Scarecrow says, Alex has been caught. Now we can expect a 3rd not Alk owner soon. It's like the doctor regenerating. And then Dulcis says, fair sense. Fair makes sense. Alex says, 7/7 Decanter of Endless Water Dino makes me so happy. Yeah. This deck is all smiles. Okay, Mirror Enforcer. Not nearly as good as Sojourner's Companion.
That one has pretty good text when it lands.
It's just a reasonable card, right? You just
play a 4/4 is fine. Same turn.
So
right?
Frogmite is the bad one.
Frogmite is the bad one. Then
okay, got it. All right. And then
I want to head back up to rocks after that. I don't want to get too low on our explosion.
I mean, so we aren't going to have 40 rocks then.
I know. I know.
Okay, that's fine.
Like,
I mean, so we set that number. It was arbitrary.
It was an arbitrary number that we called.
Yeah, and you have to, it's just like a number that we like set out to have. But I think it's probably going to be like 30, right? Which is still more than probably any cPDH deck in existence.
Right. Like we're playing the most. It's just not literally all of them. It's fine.
Okay. So Meteorite.
Like our removal is so shit. I'm like a little bit.
Dude, this is a shit removal spell though, bro. This is awful. This is it's so bad. I mean, I like this card in decks where you can flicker it or reuse it, but yeah.
It's pretty bad.
So,
all right, fine.
Yeah.
Like, all right, twist my arm. Like that didn't take very long.
That didn't take long. Dulce says, "Isn't Frogmite better one since it's easier to play alongside the commander?" So Frogmite is a bad card in like the context of this deck because it is a 2/2 early on. Later on, it's a 0 mana 7/7.
Right. So
which maybe that's better than like Herbal Poultice.
So my
we don't play our zeros.
These, yeah, we just don't play these unless they're going to be 7/7s for most of these, except
Mirror Enforcer and Sojourner Companion.
Right?
Whereas we don't ever do that with Frogmite. Yeah. Right. And I think that's partially the question there. Right. It is easier to turn on.
When this resolves as itself,
Yeah.
how bad is it? And
And
a
it's
2/2
terrible.
for 0 is not worth a card in your deck.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
exactly. You could even say the same. I mean, Lotus Petal is kind of in this
you
territory
can
too.
play Lotus Petal to get your commander out.
You can, and
Like
that's the
you know,
difference.
and it is all about getting your commander out as early as possible, right? Like it costs 7. You need
Yep.
everything to go towards that, and
Yep.
Lotus Petal does that. And in the good scenarios, it's a 7/7
Yep.
afterwards.
So, and we got rid of the Accorder Shield, so we just have the
Cathars.
Cathar Shield.
Yeah.
Is that also premium?
No, like Vigilance is nice. Like, yeah, it's good.
It's real nice,
Like
but
I
we're
would rather
also.
have that than a 2/2. But I'm not like thrilled to have
Do
it.
we like it more than Herbal Poultice? So Herbal Poultice, the difference here is that Herbal Poultice, if we cast our
It's a
commander
7/7.
and we go to cast Herbal Poultice and they kill our commander and we don't have a way to protect it, it comes in and it's still protection,
Mhm.
right? Which is nice. The fail mode on it is quite good. Same with Mirror Enforcer and Sojourner's Companion. Ornithopter, not so much.
Ornithopter, not so much.
Actually, yeah, I mean that's a good consideration to think
fine.
about. Like when these resolve, do they do something if they don't become a 7/7?
Mhm.
Ornithopter does nothing. Tormod's Crypt does something.
Mhm.
Lotus Petal does something. Herbal Poultice does something.
I think,
Chalice definitely does something.
yeah,
Welding Jar does something. So Ornithopter,
I think it's Ornithopter. Yeah, sure.
yeah, that's wild. That's like insane that we would
It
cut
feels
like a
like
0
it's.
mana 7/7 flying, but like
Oh, it does fly. Like the upside on that. Okay, so the upside. Okay, I think it's Cathar Shield over Ornithopter because the 7/7 having flying is a bigger deal.
is
The upside is
that's true.
higher. The upside is higher than the
Yes.
downside.
Good call. Good
Of
call. So
Cathars.
we're leaning into the it works.
It works, right? This one has to work, but when it works,
Yes.
it is significantly better.
Got it. Okay.
Um,
I like that. I like that. Ceremonial knife. Good.
it's,
Right. Making a 7/7 every turn.
yeah,
It's very, very gross, actually. Gilded Pinions. Is this under rocks? Okay. It is.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Um,
If they make
okay.
treasure cannons,
So
I have been.
more rock cutting.
Navigation orb is potentially. Now, I mean, I do like the heap gate making 7/7 every turn, and
I
that's
mean,
the only thing
Navigation
that
Orb
would be.
finds both gates at the same time.
We're right. It finds both. It does the whole thing of that. And yeah, okay. I've talked myself into it. And it's a rock if otherwise, like if it needs to
Yeah.
be
It's just a 3 mana
mana.
7/7.
Like if it needs to be, we're missing land drops, we're falling behind. It finds us 2 lands.
Yeah.
And to get us
And the
up.
fact that it puts one into play tapped and one not.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is unfortunate that it puts them into play tapped. But hey, Kelp, what's
The other
up?
one,
Good to
it's
see you there.
it's cultivate, right?
Yep, it's cultivate. Yeah. Okay, so we're back to rocks here. What are the worst rocks in here?
Mana
Like Pentad
Geode,
Prism is pretty bad.
Wait, Pentad Prism?
'Cause
It's 2 treasure tokens for 2 mana.
Why?
It is usually 2 because we can produce any colored mana off of half of them.
Oh, I see. I don't love it.
It's similar.
I don't love. I mean,
do.
Sphere.
It's similar to a Sisay's Ring in the casting our commander the first time.
Right, but eventually it doesn't make mana. And then at that point it's nothing. Like this one, like even Sphere of the Suns, because here's what I do with the math on this is that I look at, I want to have like half of our rocks be 2 mana,
Yeah.
and then I want the other 2 halves to be like, or usually it's more like a third and then the last little bit, but like a third, 3 mana rocks, and then like a sprinkling of 4s and 5s. Right. In this case, we have mainly 4s, which is Firemine, Sisay's Ring, Stone Retrieval, and Urgolem's Eye. So we have some 2s we can cut. I think Pentad Prism and Sphere of Suns are the ones that make the sense to me. Because we have to make cuts, right?
Like, I don't love cutting the 2s. I want to go 2 mana rock into 2 mana rock.
And we will. I'm confident that we will do that most of the time.
3.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We have 22 currently. So that's well over what we need. If we're going to end at 30 rocks and we cut 10 of them, we're still well within the range of being 50-50 2-mana rocks and then the other ones. Sniff says Sphere of Suns is bad. If you're gonna cut 2, that's the one. That's what he says.
I don't think I want to cut the 2s though. I don't think I want to cut from 2s.
But the other, so here's the thing: you might not want to cut the 2s, but what about the 3s? Because the 3s are like really important. Dark Steel
Mana
Ingot
Geode is not that important.
Mana Geode, yeah, Mana Geode's got to go. Okay. I think that was going to go anyways.
Yeah,
I think Letter of Acceptance.
Letter of Acceptance is probably the next one.
Yep, I'll cut that one.
All right.
And then I think we're gonna have to cut Sphere, and we're gonna have to cut Pentad Prism.
Everything
else after that's like really good.
Like I'm.
So it makes mana once most of the time.
Yeah, and that's enough.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think the bar for that is really, really high. The bar for that is like Lotus Petal, 0 mana 7/7 or a 0 mana get 1 mana once. It only makes the cut because of that, right?
Pentad Prism is not. Pentad Prism is 2 mana most of the time.
Only if you have a card that says make another color of another mana. So if you have Arcane Signet and Felwar.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
But if it's your
5,
2 mana
6,
rock
7,
that's bridging you.
You don't play Pentad on 2 usually. You play it on.
So what happens? So what happens if we play Pentad as our 2 or our 3? And then we need to use it to make mana for our other rocks, then it's just like running out. I think that
you don't play it for the other rocks. You play it when you don't use it until you have to cast a commander. And then it lets you play another card. And that's huge.
It seems wild. Both of these are wildly unreliable. That's
Sphere of Suns I'm fine with mostly, but the Pentad Prism I'm not. Like it makes
it's worse.
It's not.
It is because Sphere of Suns can do it 3 times.
Except they can't do 3 times on the same turn. It can't do it on the same turn. Pentad Prism doesn't tap. It's 2 mana, 2 treasures.
Oh, so I see why you like Pentad, is because you can do more than 1 mana in a turn. It's a Sisay's Ring once.
That's why I was saying it was a Sisay's Ring one. Yeah, to cast your commander. It's like a Sisay's Ring to cast your commander.
I think we're okay. So let's leave it and let's see what you want to cut instead. How about that?
I would cut the Sphere of Suns. That's fine. Like I kind of agree with you. It's the worst 2 mana rock here.
Because everything else we're looking at is like
better than that.
Very, very, very good than Pentad Prism.
Yeah.
Mana Geode can go. You've already cut that one though, right?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. Hey there, Croc Cigar. Good to see you, buddy. We have 16 cuts. We're making progress. We're making progress. Darksteel Pendant. So this is actually an example of a card that if the
commander dies in response, this card is garbage.
It is really. I mean, it's.
But the
upside.
It's pretty garbage.
It's not. I mean, it's pretty bad, but it's also like. You know, like scrying 1 every turn with all of our mana, like finds other stuff.
Okay, like it has some text. All right.
Yeah,
like,
it has text.
It has some text.
I don't disagree with that at all.
All right. This is in there for the same reason Ornithopter is, in that the upside of Indestructible is incredible.
I mean, so here's another argument: 7/7s are indestructible.
No, they're not.
They're pretty damn close.
You can Crypt Rats for 7. You can block
that's not going to happen.
People develop 7 power. All right.
I think if somebody Crypt Rats for 7, I think if somebody Crypt Rats for 7, everybody is dead. I think that's if that's the stage of the game you're in where they Crypt Rats for 7, it's fucking awful.
Okay, but they block with a 5. They block with a 5/5, and then a board wipe happens. All right, like. You know, fiery block with 5 power, like that's not.
I think as a 0 mana,
asking somebody to develop 7 power is achievable in most
Right.
decks, almost all decks,
So-
can develop 7 power to block and kill you.
To block
At
and
some
kill
point.
one creature.
Correct.
And if we wipe their board because of it, I think that that's still a win. So like the difference here is Darksteel Citadel, when it comes in, it just immediately becomes a 7/7.
Yeah.
Right? Like immediately, because we have priority and there's no like stack interaction with lands, right?
No,
This
there's
one
a
here.
trigger. There's a trigger on the commander.
Right, but the commander, if it dies, the trigger still exists.
Oh, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Darksteel Citadel has text, and I like the text actually. I think it's relevant,
Yeah.
but it is Scarecrow says I pestilenced for 6 last night, but I'm not building around that rarity. Yeah, I mean I've pestilenced for lethal amounts of damage tons of times. Okay, but like I was gonna win the game, and if it wiped the board of stuff, like like if you're doing that, you're winning with pestilence, right? And
it opens you. There are times where it opens you up to red removal, where otherwise they couldn't kill your stuff. Right? Like they block with a 4/4, and then they lightning bolt your thing.
But it's not the only creature we have, so they'll still be able to do that. They'll still be able to do that to a creature. It just means that if our only creature is that, they can't do it. Not good enough. It's got to go. Darksteel Pendant is.
If you're against control, and you have this resolved as a 7/7, and you're in a top deck war against control with 12 cards in their hand every turn, and you're just like losing, and you have an indestructible 7/7, you can win that game.
Counter argument: we have lots of ways to find Darksteel Citadel. We have Expedition Map, Crop Rotation, Sojourner's Companion. We need cuts. We need cuts. We need cuts. Same reason we need to get rid of Pentad Prism.
It's not true. We just don't. Pentad Prism is the deck. That is what the deck is building.
Oh my god!
Is a Pentad.
Yeah. My worry is it's just that we blow the counters on it, and then it's like not helping us make mana anymore, and that seems awful. When we want to be able to recast our commander many times, because we have to. We're accepting that this commander is fucking scary, right?
Getting down your commander the first time is the most important time. Let's not forget that.
Okay, cool. So there will be 2 versions, chat. One where there is bad card Pentad Prism, and one where there isn't.
Getting down your commander, protecting it once, and playing another artifact is how you win the game.
Yes, it is. So let's find some more cuts then that aren't Pentad Prism.
Okay.
We'll it's all idle banter, chat. Don't you worry. Daddy and mommy are just having a discussion.
Stone retrieval unit. Power stones don't cast our commander.
But it's also 2 7/7s. That one's probably better than most. So you're right though. The power stones are kind of bad.
They're not bad. They're just not amazing. They are worse than the other mana rocks ability to.
They're very good in the first. They're very good in the first. If you play this on turn 3 or 2. No, let's see, turn 3. If you play this on turn 3, it's very good because then it's actually casting rocks, right?
Yeah.
If you have it late, then it's 2 7/7s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not really a rock.
Yeah, and even when it is it gets us over that, because really what you want to be able to do is cast your commander and have 2 mana up. And so this does mana up, right?
Yeah. No. Sniff says, yeah, they don't cast the commander, but they cast the 40 other rocks in your deck.
Right.
Correct. However, we're going to be down to 30 rocks at the end of this, at least. There's no way we can do the 40 unless we ran 0 interaction. So,
which is not competitive. People run interaction.
Kelp says Pentad Prism should go to a Pentad Prison. Ooh, nice little alliteration there. Mm-hmm. Thought Vessel is a 2 mana rock, so we can't cut those. What about Darksteel Ingot? This is another indestructible card. It does come into play untapped. I'm just looking at the rocks and trying to figure out where the cuts are, right? Is it like Commander Sphere? Because Commander Sphere is nice when it comes out early and we can sack it to draw a card, but when it's a 7/7, we're not sacking it to draw cards.
I mean,
right?
If we're cutting a card that just draws a card, we still have Orazka Relic and where was it?
There'll have to be a few of them, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll have at least 30 rocks after the cuts. 40 is at least. Kelp says 40 is at least 30. Yeah, that's how math works. And and Sniff says, "Don't you dare cut dark steel ingot." I think we
Yeah.
might.
No, Ryan, you're really unvaluing this indestructible.
I mean,
You're really undervaluing it, like
so
highly
so I
undervalued.
here's what I'm valuing instead. What I'm valuing instead is the rocks that get us more resources. I'm worried about running out of resources.
Like, we have 20 draw spells, and
That's true.
like,
Okay.
like
So I'm value. So here's my heuristic that I'm using, and maybe it's wrong, and I'm open to that. Is that the Lantern of Revealing, Bonder's Ornament, Network Terminal, Pristine Talisman? These cards are like are repeat value
yeah.
in a deck that is probably kind of hungry for them.
Uh-huh.
See, Sniff How, I'm not going to run Howling Golem. Howling Golem is a 7/7 in this deck. But
A 4 mana 7, so like it's not even like good rate.
it's how about this?
I'm sorry.
In a casual version of this deck, you run all of them because you're always running those cards. But in this deck, Marching Duodrone is as bad good as it gets.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
And
It's as beautiful and amazing and terrible and awful all at the same time.
Yeah.
I know this is like, because we're straddling a barbed wire fence of competitiveness. Okay.
Hey, I'm really sorry to do this to you. But I really have to go.
Oh,
I'm
you have to
sorry.
bounce? Oh, no, that's fine. No, don't worry
Um,
about it at all. That's totally cool. Yeah, you had limited time, so it's fine.
Love to you, connoisseurs. Enjoy your cardboard, and yeah.
Dude,
Enjoy
it's been
making 7/7 dinos.
it's been great brewing with you, dude. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Zach, and I'm glad that we got to get you on again. It's been a long
Thank
time
you.
coming, so
Yeah,
I was like, yes, we gotta do this. We gotta go
Go now.
Hell yeah! All right, man.
All right.
Cool. Well, we'll catch you on the flip side.
See ya.
Love you much. Peace.
Peace.
All right, let's swap over. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Wow, look at that, chat. My systems, they worked. They worked on the first try. Okay, so is this where we immediately cut Pentad Prism? I think this is where we do. No. I think we might, because we just need to get down to cards. But okay, so Scarecrow says, yeah. So Paul says, I'm laughing my butt off as your rock count is converging towards mine. Yeah, absolutely. We're probably going to be at 30. I think the reality of the situation, the 40 thing was kind of like an arbitrary number in the first place. But Sniff says, I wouldn't cut anything when indestructible. Worried about running out of resources. It's Howling Golem. Yep, just teasing. Cool. Ginger Brute did not make it in. I think Ginger Brute is really good. But I think that Ginger Brute's really good. It's just hard, though. It's like we've got so many cards to cut, and we need the core of the deck to still function. Dulcis, by the way, have you tested Tabletop Sim yet? I have not, on my long list of to-dos. We need to set up a time to do that. Because Tabletop Simulator opens up some really, really unique avenues for content making, particularly because you can see everybody's hands, and you can, the other thing too, and really like what I want to do is I want to have a coder custom make a playroom that Tabletop Sim would be in. And then in the playroom, I would be able to sell space on the wall of a virtual room for channel sponsors. There could even be like a like a picture frame where somebody could every week somebody could as a patron could be showcase there. You could have little, running tickers going on the side. You could see everybody's hands. It's a lot more like being in person. There's a lot of things I like about tabletop sim, but it feels like it's kind of like that feeling when you look at your phone and you're like, I have 25 messages, and you're like, cool, I'm not going to look at that. That's kind of tabletop sim for me. It's a lot for me to process because I have like my own things that I'm already running that take a ton of work to already like run, and so tabletop sim feels like the future for me, but it also like it just freaks me out because it's a lot of work and it's a whole new thing to learn. It would probably be something where like the tabletop sim games would be a portion of the channel stuff, and that would be like Patreon stuff. So like patron games that we play on Friday would be tabletop sim, and those would be recorded and edited and everything, which would be a pretty sweet reason to be part of the Patreon, I would think, to be hosted in games like that. It'd be pretty sick. It'd be very unique content. So, okay, Pentad, sorry, bud, cut you for the time being. Let's cut Lantern Revealing. I think we keep Network Terminal because it's very cheap. Keep Bonder's Ornament, maybe. We could cut like Arazka Relic and Commander Sphere. We're just gonna go fast and loose here. I know these cards are good, but we need to focus on getting this done here because I'm gonna be streaming later on. This is a big day for streaming that I didn't really plan for, but that's okay. Unstable Obelisk is very good. We want that. Seer's Lantern can go. Pristine Talisman. It's too bad it doesn't have the text like when it becomes tapped. That would be better. Kelp says tabletop sim is epic. I have 1,400 hours on it. Oh my god, that is so many. That is so many hours on it. But I think it would be super cool to get something like that done. Prized Statue is kind of like Pentad Prism, but it can just make 2 7/7s. Yeah, Dulcis, I've thought a lot about it. Like I know you've mentioned a number of times like offering to show me how to look at, to use it. And like genuinely like several months ago, I made like a business plan, right, for my channel. And that was part of it. Part of the premium offer being that like a very cohesive vision for how to implement the tabletop sim in ways that would be really unique. I would need to learn, I don't know, like I'd have to like pay somebody to make this room. I'd have to pay somebody to be able to like edit the room, because the room is one of the biggest reasons I like it. Open hand, being able to see the hands is huge. The room being like additional, because it takes this right here, right? Okay, it takes this whole thing. And if you imagine my mouse, right? And I can dedicate space to things in here. Like, down in this bottom bar, I have the common connoisseurs. I have the sidebar, right? And I have all these things, right? But ultimately, it's a 2D plane that is limited to either a cell phone screen or your desktop. And it's a 2D plane. But when you take people into a 3D environment, suddenly, even if it's just me that's navigating it for people, the ability to fill that space with other things is really cool. Like patrons could have like game objects that they could bring into it that would be specific to them. They could have avatars. You could have like a bar space. I mean, there's just so many things. I could see the pals having a total heyday with this too. The one issue I'd test is how much you actually look around the room during a game. Well, so as me, being a caster, I would be looking around the room all the time. Yeah. And there's other things too, like depending on how high budget this was, you could have one person, one camera that was focused on, the game state. And then maybe you have like a view that you could click to, like a hotkey to being like right over the table. Hotkey, like what if hotkey 1 was looking at player 1, 2 was player 2, 3, and then maybe 5 was all the players, just like a full screen down. And then when you zoomed out of it and you're like in the camera mode, you could like look around the room, right? You could go like, thank you to my channel sponsors. And then there's like Ultimate Guard with like a neon thing, or there's like, you know, Dragon Shield, or there's like, you know, whatever it is. I think that would be really, really cool. But holy shit, that's so much work. And everything worth doing takes a lot of work. So, I mean, realistically, if I did that, I would have to take a break off of content making for at least a month. Realistically. Yeah. Okay. Cuts. Feels like Honored Heirloom is probably a good card to keep. We're down to 32 rocks, 10 cuts. We have no removal. Oh, God. This is not the kind of deck that I would probably play, in all honesty. But, you know, here we are. It's got to come from draw, too. Maybe like Spare Supplies. ETB, draw a card. It comes in tapped, so your 7/7 is tapped. It can sack to draw another card, though. Maybe Elsewhere Flask is the worst one. Yeah, we're going to have to cut out of this. We're going to be down to like 15, I think. Ichor Wellspring is kind of interesting. It's a 7/7. If it dies, you draw a card as well. So that's good. You ETB, draw a card, and then, you know, multiple things there. Pilgrim's Eye seems really strong. I don't want to cut that at all. Sleeper Dart, Prophetic Prism, also kind of doing nothing. We're going pretty low on this here. I haven't actually checked how many people we got hanging out with us today. We got 4. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, and 11 likes. My God. It's so funny. I don't know. For those of you who are watching, the dynamics you see behind the screen, right? When I have my YouTube live up, I can see how many people are there. And I can see how many people are there. And the moment you talk about likes, comments, subscribing, Patreon, you lose like half your viewers. It's crazy. But it's cool to see that 11 people liked it. Zach says, Zach is back. Says, coming to realize why Ryan doesn't make deck concessions for control is that he's always a control player that taught me you have to. Yeah, it's hard. This is a hard to, you know, cut cards like Gingerbrute, you know? Maybe Crashing Drawbridge. Because we can't cut lands. We need the evasion. You know, maybe this could become 2. Maybe we just play 2 of these. In which case, like, Spectral Hunt Caller does it over and over again. So let's do that. Drop this here. We've got all the lands we need. I think we need the Naturalizes pretty bad, because if an aura goes down on our commander, it's sad. It's very sad. We don't have, like, ways to reset it. We don't have removal to kill our commander. We don't have sacrifice. We have hexproof, so hopefully we can prevent that from happening, but we don't have card advantage, so we're not going to... We might hit, like, 1 or 2 of these in a game. Maybe. Crashing Drawbridge seems very good. The risk of it being that it like wildly increases our aggro. So like if we resolve Crashing Drawbridge and then we start to do stuff, people are going to have their hand on the trigger for that counterspell and that kill spell with this in play. Whereas if we don't have it in play, maybe they allow us to have the 7/7s and we can do stuff with them. That is one thing to keep in mind. When your deck is vulnerable on one axis, you always have to keep in mind, is there anything that would like slightly minimize the risk of that bad thing happening? Let's try it without, and we'll revisit it later. I think it's really good, right? It's just a 2-mana 7/7. It is Defender. It does not attack. And it doesn't really even block later on. It blocks early on, which is good. It's not a bad card. There are no bad cards left in this deck. So we can kind of skip the good card, bad card thing. Network Terminal seems really strong because we have a lot of artifacts, 57 of them. Maybe Ceremonial Knife. Ceremonial Knife, if you aren't drawing cards, if you aren't drawing good cards, you are still making 7/7s because you attach it to a 7/7, you swing, it only needs to deal combat damage. Navigation Orb is finding us Heap Gate as well as Basilisk Gate. Basilisk Gate's not very good, but Heap Gate is, and you need 2 of them to make the treasures because that makes 7/7s. Mirror Enforcer could be another one. I like Welding Jar a lot. Herbal Poultice is good. Ornithopter is good. We could cut 2 more rocks, go down to 30. I don't know, chat. You have the link in the description below, I believe, so let me know if there's anything in here that you think should go. Magnifying Glass is busted. Honored Heirloom is kind of other people's problem, right? We're not the deck that sits back and, like, controls other people. Even Bonder's Ornaments kind of... I mean, it's really good in the sense that, like, if it comes down early, we're able to continue to draw cards to find more artifacts. Kelp asks, are you going to play this tonight? So I'm happy to build decks that I won't play on stream to expand my mind and expand your mind, right? But the thing is that, like, this isn't my kind of deck. You know, I like options. I like decks that have a lot of, that are really dynamic. Yeah. It's just not really my deck. It's not something I actually would enjoy playing that much. You know what I mean? That's part of the thing. I play stuff I like to play. That's kind of the ultimate thing. And you guys are going to have more fun watching me have fun with my decks than me playing decks I don't like. So, and it's not that and it's not fair to this deck because I think it's a really cool deck, but it's not really my style of deck. You know, it's just not my style. So, Scarecrow says, I like Honored Heirloom because it stops prismatic strands. Oh, wait, they're colorless. Yep, exactly. Which is great. Okay, so Moment's Peace. Yeah, Fogs are great. Moment's Peace, Tangle, all those cards are really good. Like, agreed. But we also have, like, so many cards that we would have to cut that are also good. Kelp says it's mostly a joke, but yes, that makes sense. No, yeah, totally fine. Yeah, I'm not upset by that or anything. Yeah. There are certain cards in this deck that are, like, all about the upside, right? Prize Statue, admittedly, is one of them. This is only a rock once. It does make 2 7/7s. Yeah, Zach is absolutely the person who will play an off-the-wall thing like this. Yeah, totally. Well, and that's why he was here for the co-stream, you know, to, like, co-host this. Is like, I bring on people who do things that I don't do well, or play and build decks that I don't build well, right? It's important to being a balanced Magic player. Scarecrow says, I meant Heirloom stops Moment's Peace even when it's a creature. Yeah, I guess it stops Moment's Peace. Kelp says, I don't like Ceremonial Knife. Yeah, Ceremonial Knife is an interesting card. We're going to cut Prize Statue. I think any rock that is not going to continue to do stuff over the course of the game is a little concerning to me. So, Ceremonial Knife has insane upside, right? Like, if this... So, for one thing, if you resolve this and your commander is in play, it's a 1-mana 7/7. If you resolve this early, you can make blood tokens that can find you more action. And if you start doing this with your commander in play, you're going to make a 7/7 every blood token. All of that seems good to me. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but there's like we have spider food. Oh, I forgot that we had spider food. So we can actually cut one of these. I think it's Silvok replica, because these create the 7/7. Yeah, so like this one here, destroy artifact, destroy enchantment, or create a treasure. So we only get one of them, because Silvok replica is the same way. You only get this card. If you want the naturalize, you'll lose the 7/7. Ceremonial Knife needs to deal the damage to make the tokens, and if you have gotten to the point where you get through with your creatures... Oh, so Kelp. This is the misunderstanding. Read the card a little bit more closely, and you'll see that this card only asks you to do combat damage. It does not say to players. I see exactly what you're saying, though. We cut Prying Blade and Goldvein Pick for the same reason, because it was like, to me, it felt as if people would just block that creature. We don't have a lot of evasion, right? We're relying on thick creatures, big creatures that just, they're the abyss, right? Ceremonial Knife will do this every time they block and the damage goes through, or if they don't block. I'm pretty hesitant to cut that one. We could cut Mirror Enforcer. Mirror Enforcer is a nice early body, which I like, but its main purpose is to be a 0 mana, same turn sort of dealio. Yeah, it all makes sense now, Kelp, doesn't it? I think we'll cut Mirror Enforcer. We're really close. Gilded Pinions is under rocks as well. Is it? It's not. Oh, no, it is. And this is also another one-time use. Gilded Pinions is sweet, though, because Gilded Pinions is really like, it's a rock, but it's also flying, right? Oh, the funny thing is that if you top deck this late, it's only 2 7/7s. It's not evasion. If you play it early, it's ramp 1 evasion later. There's probably a world where we need to try these out, these cards that always make 2 things when they come in, because it's like 14 power, right? For 2 mana, which when I say it, it sounds crazy. I mean, it's just like insane. But it's also not a rock over and over and over again. It's a rock one time. So if you played this card, you would play it kind of in here, where it's like things that are good when your commander is in play. I'm more concerned about getting to the commander and being able to replay the commander enough times that we can do the thing and start going. Because I just look at this and I'm like, it's this huge 7/7 with this busted ability on it that like people are going to be really upset if it starts to do its thing. So like I'm concerned about cards like Gilded Pinions. And let's go back and let's add another rock that's more consistent. You're seeing a bit of my like conservative side here. Like I am avowedly a very conservative Magic player. So keep that in mind. Being honest, should you cut Ichor Wellspring? Ichor Wellspring is in the category of cards that are ETB draw card that also can make 7/7s later on. And frankly, I like those more than the 0 mana stuff. The 0 mana stuff is cool. But like I just prefer to have more cards, you know? So yeah, like in a way, I would almost rather, me personally, have like a 2 mana 7/7 draw card than I would a 0 mana 7/7. Just because the draw card does something early. It gets us closer to our, to our other things. So we want to add one more rock back in. Which one is it? Probably Honored Heirloom. Wait, Return from the Wilds? Do we have that in here? Oh, we cut Return from the Wilds. Return from the Wilds is better than a mana rock because it's a mana rock, it's a land, and it's an artifact. I think Return from the Wilds is actually where we want to be. Because all these ones, they can't be a rock and a creature at the same time, in the sense that they will have to choose whether they're going to attack or make mana. Whereas Return from the Wild, you get the food token early on. That's still reasonable. 2 Foundries? Nope, just one. Just one. So I'm actually going to make a new category here, engines. Because that's what these are. These are repeat token making engines. Engine. And then Return from the Wilds is just ramp. Stone retrieval units, just ramp. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Kelp. So I do a lot of that. Some people really don't like that, like putting cards in multiple categories. But the reality is like cards frequently fall under many categories. Like Tree of Tales is a land. It's also a thing that we can play on the same turn. I don't know that this is necessarily a category I would use, but it's helpful for the deck building process. I would probably clear this out later on. But these are basically just like, because some of these artifacts don't have a category that they would just go into. Like Herbal Poultice technically is protection, I guess. So that makes sense. Welding Jar is also protection. We have 3 cards to cut. Super close. We have Spider Food, Prize Fight. I mean, we could be like almost a 0 removal deck. It's weird. It makes me all weird inside. Makes me feel weird inside. And I would almost be tempted to cut indestructible stuff and put in like purely hexproof. Like Woodcutter's Grit. It's more expensive, but and Blinding Fog. Prevents all damage that would be done to creatures and gains you hexproof. These are both cards that I would consider swapping out for the indestructible ones. Scarecrow says Herbal Poultice is awkward because it's either a protection or a 0-cost creature, but you have to decide that before playing your commander. 3 mana is also a lot to ask when playing your commander. Yep, I agree. Which is the prime reason why we have the indestructible in there. And indestructible and regenerate are pretty similar. So maybe there's a world where we play like the 1 mana regenerate instead of the 2 mana indestructible, just to keep it cheap. Herbal Poultice, I agree on the Herbal Poultice. So the Herbal Poultice, the reason we liked it was because it is, if we have our commander in play and we 0 mana Herbal Poultice, and then they kill our commander on the stack, then at the very minimum, it is protection later on, which is nice. You know, Ornithopter is awkward in the sense that it has a very high upside. We talked about this, right? Very high upside. The thing is, my thought in this deck is that the upside of ever doing anything with our commander is so damn good that I don't know whether we need to lean towards the really broken stuff, like the 0 mana 7/7 flying, right? Like my bigger concern is that we don't do our thing, not that we do our thing and it isn't good enough. I think our thing is very good. We make endless 7/7s, right? Like 7/7s off the top. Like our, 53 cards are artifacts in the deck. Half of our top decks are literally going to make 7/7s when we've got our commander. So there's kind of like a floor and a ceiling thing going on here. If you wanted to go for the ceiling, then you would play Prize Statue, Nimble Right Schematic. You'd play like a lot of these cards that maybe don't do as much when things aren't going well. My concern is that Ornithopter sits in that category. It's strong. Indestructible is kind of the same thing. Like indestructible is good, but they're also 7/7s. They don't die to almost anything. Like they're dying to black removal and black removal only. So, I mean, my intuition would be to say Ornithopter would be the next one. Okay, let's do that. Tormod's Crypt is kind of the same thing where it's like, is this our job? I mean, and we're talking about that in the context of the floor and the ceiling. So we're saying like the ceiling is very high on this. The floor is, it does graveyard hating, but is the floor actually useful to us? And my answer to that is that we are the chunky green Timmy deck that puts the clock on, you know, on decks that are either comboing, or if there's no combo, then we're probably coming after the control player, right? Or the mid range. And in that case, it's just not really our thing, you know? Yeah, yeah. A part of it is we need to know what kind of mana generation we're getting here. I want to know how this feels. So let's take a moment and put this into playtest, okay? And let's see how it feels, because I want to know exactly how much mana are we making, right? Because if we're making a ton, then the 0 mana stuff is less important, because we can just cast our commander and then cast a thing, right? So opening hand, we have a Whisper Silk Cloak, 2 lands, a way to make treasure, and 1 rock. This is not good enough. Rock. Okay, this is a hand we like, okay? 2 lands and 4 ramp cards. This is amazing. So we keep this, draw a land, great. So we go this, and then we pass. And we have protection too. Nice, more protection. So we go Thought Vessel. And then we go Quicksand, 1, 2. Oh. We probably would have played Copper Mirror, I forgot. Okay. So Copper Mirror, and then untap, 1, 2, 3, play Network Terminal, pay 2 for Thought Vessel, like that. And untapping here, we do not have enough mana for our commander, and we could hold the Dark Steel Ingot. So we like, actually better. Okay, we have 2 protection spells. So instead of prioritizing the Indestructible, we're going to prioritize the Orchard Strider, because we have a choice. We can play the Rock to get to 7, or we can do the Orchard, the Strider. We do actually need a land and a rock. So what we could do is go 1, 2, 3, Darksteel Ingot, tap Thought Vessel, Ingot, Network Terminal, draw a card. Oh, see, we should have done that first. Okay, so we're learning here. We're going to loot this away, and let's say instead that we did this first, and then we played out Sisay's Ring. Because Sisay's Ring gets us to our commander. Okay, so, and in that case, it would have been 1, 2, it would have been one mana, this loot, find this, do that, like that, 1, 2, oh, but then we can't cast Sisay's Ring. One, 2, loot. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Maybe we just go Darksteel Citadel, or Darksteel Ingot, like that. And then land. Not a land. 1, 2. But we have... So maybe it's fine. We just do turn 6 displaced. Because this is so strong. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Sisay's Ring. When our dude resolves, we will have protection, and we'll have crop rotation to find the Darksteel Citadel. And on the next turn, with protection, we'll resolve an Orchard Strider, right? Okay, so this is good. This is good. We can loot right now, but we don't have anything we actively want to get rid of. So if we looted, it would mainly be to get through a card that we don't want. How many cards do we don't want? We are on 30 lands and 3 land cyclers. This also finds gingerbread cabin, which is a 7/7. Okay, so we'll go next turn. Land was good there. Although 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we could have 10 mana. I mean, this is our first run through with the deck. 30 lands is enough to have 2 lands in your opening hand, and by turn 4, you will have 3 lands. And 33 lands, technically, because we're really running 33 with the land cyclers, is plenty. 33 is enough to hit your land drops and curve out pretty reliably. I think that the cards you lose for being at 35, I just don't know what I would cut. Maybe zeros. It would be more zeros, probably. So here, we'll go land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast this dude. Oh, okay, yeah, 7. And then we go... Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I reacted so negatively to that. Sorry, dude. I've been trying to live my life a little bit more like loose a little bit lately. So like I will just allow things to come out more often. It's something I work on with my therapist. And then I just make sure to apologize if I fuck up, right? It's a little bit better than just being scared to mess up all the time. So yeah. No, yeah, we're totally learning together. This is where we want to be. Okay, so we resolve this. And then we don't really have any way to force the action. Well, we do. We go Darksteel Ingot, and we go Crop Rotation. Sacking Forest. It might actually be Quicksand, because we want 3 of these so that we can trigger Gingerbread Cabin. So we'll sacrifice Quicksand. And then what do we put into play? Is it Darksteel? Yeah, it's got to be Darksteel, right? Or... No, because if we did a gate, we don't have 2 gates in play. So we want to go V, and then we're going to look up Darksteel Citadel. This comes into play. Okay, and then this becomes a... You can't do power and toughness on this. Weird. Okay, so we'll put 7 counters on it, I guess. So when we do this, somebody's not going to like this, right? So we got to protect our investment. We'll tap down our Copper Mirror, because if we get swept, we still want that mana up. And we'll go Ranger's Guile. Okay. I don't know if anybody's going to try and protect it that hard, where we do 2, but let's just say it's just 1. I think with Orchard Strider, somebody's going to try and stop us. So that's more like it. Like one person is upset that we did this thing, so we protected against 1 spell. Draw for turn, Cursed Idol. This is a very good draw too. We probably hold this unless... So we go 1, 2... Scarecrow says, so Paul says, once the commander is out, probably important to do sorcery speed thing first, and then use your instant speed to respond if someone has an instant speed removal in response. I think that's a good argument with the crop rotation, right? That we would hold it. But we had 2 protection spells, so I think it was okay to invite that, I guess. We could have waited, right? We could have waited until next turn. That's also reasonable. Depends on how conservative you want to play there. So 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6 for Orchard Strider. Okay. People are going to look at this and they're going to go, hell no. So in response, we have to Snakeskin Veil. Okay, so we add a counter here. And then this resolves and we make 2 food tokens. And this is turn 7, so like it took some winding up to do this. But like, this is a very scary board, right? We have 21, 27, 35 power in play. It's a lot. And we did it with protection through interaction. And at this point, like, I don't even know if I care if our commander like lives, right? Do we just make a treasure token? Let's do that. Let's just make a treasure token. Like that. Because our commander's got hexproof, so we can do it. So yeah, I mean, this is a lot. I think we might need to take a screenshot of this and post this to Twitter, or X, whatever you call that horrendous place these days. Yeah, let's take a quick screenshot. We have no cards in hand. This is so Timmy. No cards in hand, and like 40 power in play. Yeah, let's do a quick post to Twitter here. The caption is this good? Okay, cool. Oh, look at that. We still got 6 of you in here. What's up? 14 likes. Jesus. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so this is a very good hand. Like, this worked out really well. Let's take a look at another one. Okay, this one we have a gate, we have study hall, 1 rock, and 2 protection spells. This is not going to do. So we'll mulligan. 3, look at this. 3 rocks and lands. This is like what we want. Like, there's a part of me that thinks that anything that isn't like ramping, being an artifact, I mean, we might not even play removal in this deck, like, at all. Like, maybe even prize fight. Prize fight is instant speed, make a 7/7, but like, Kelp says, I made a joke a while back that we are now calling posts on X/Twitter should be called X tweets, like X tweets, like tweets to your X, or tweets that they used to be tweets. They used to be tweets, now they're X's, so they're X tweets. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, this hand is great. So we draw a card. Sky Scanner is a very cool draw here. Okay, so 2, we play Prismatic Lens. Oh wow, see, this is gross. I like this a lot. So we go 1, 2. Do we go Firemind's Vessel? Because all 4 of these cards I want to be played with our commander. But the problem is we don't have protection here, so our commander is probably going to resolve and then die, which means that we're going to need more mana to recast it. So we're going to maybe be able to make 2 of these a creature. And if that's the case, it's Stone Retrieval Unit, potentially, and Firemind Vessel. Stone Retrieval Unit doesn't actually make mana for our commander. So let's go 1, 2 for this, and then 1, 2, 3 for Sky Scanner. Draw a card. This is sweet. Okay, there we go. So turn 4, we have 6 mana, which is enough to go 3 and 2. So you're 1, 2, 3, Navigation Orb, 1, 2, crack it. Type gate. I wish on the search function on the side you could actually search like Scryfall within your view library, right? That'd be a cool feature. I'm so busy that sometimes it's hard to remember these things, but I'd love it if like we had a tracker, you know, where maybe like patrons or something could help with this kind of a thing, where like when there's ideas for Scryfall that we can, or for Moxfield, that we can send it to them without me forgetting, because my brain is slippery smooth sometimes, and yeah. So Basilisk Gate, and the other one is Heap Gate. So with Heap Gate in the mix now, it doesn't so much matter like what we put into play when. So we will get, with Darksteel Citadel, we will get a 7/7 because we have priority with lands. And there's a trigger, but if they kill the commander, it's fine. Yeah. This Heap Gate's going to continually make a shitload of stuff. So, okay, there's that. And then here, so we play oh, no, okay, that's fine. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we play our commander. We could also wind up a little bit more. We could play Firemind Vessel into Stone Retrieval Unit, or just Firemind's Vessel into Ichor Wellspring. I think that's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we play Basilisk Gate, because we'll be able to make treasures here. So we go 4 for Firemind's Vessel, and then 1, 2 for Ichor Wellspring to draw a card. Crop Rotation's very good. Heapgate costs 1, so we won't be able to make a treasure here, but that's fine. Turn 6. is where we go ballistic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast Commander. Play Darksteel Citadel. Trigger on the stack. This is going to become a 7/7. Trigger on the stack. They go to kill it, right? And we have 3 mana. Oh, we should have... There's another way to do this, okay? So the other way to do it is we leave green up, and we just say we're not going to make treasures this turn. So we tap Basilisk Gate. And then what we can do is we can go... They try to kill it. We go crop rotation, sacking a forest to make a Tree of Tales. This is really gross. And then we also cast Prize Fight. So we fight something and we make a treasure. And it's a 7/7. And then we just say, sure, Commander dies. Commander dies, fine, that's fine. This is kind of like Herd Baloth and the other ones where it's like all we want to do is just get a bunch out into play. And then the Commander dies and it's like, fine, that's whatever. We have 21 power. Well, we'll just recast it. It's not a big deal. About 150 right now in PST. That's right. You know, the funny thing is this stream is going to go right up until the 4 o'clock FNM. So, yeah. I guess I'm streaming all day. I need food. I need like a drip IV. Impromptu marathon stream? Yeah, get your friends in here too. This would be fun. Just have like a whole day of common connoisseur stuff. Sounds like a good time to me. Okay, so Commander dies. Okay, that's fine. And then we go to our next turn. Because this next turn, we're going to go crazy. Scarecrow says, this is exactly what I expected. It always dies, but we always get some 7/7s. That's right. So, Scarecrow, that's exactly the way I imagined it, is that we just want to have all the ways we can to just try and make 7/7s. Which, if that's the case, ways to make instant speed treasures are kind of premium. Because what we can do is we cast our commander, we cast a 0-drop, they kill our dude in response, we don't get the 7/7. But we cast it, they go to kill it, instant speed, we make a treasure, we get a 7/7. So that kind of makes me think a little bit, right? Seems really strong. I mean, we're like totally not locked out of our commander here. Turn 7, we're swinging for 21 damage, right? So now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 10 mana, but we need 9 mana to recast our commander. And we could tap our Tree of Tales. I really want this to resolve, but I don't think it will. I think what will happen is we cast this and we try to cast this, and it doesn't happen. Because remember, we've only fought through 1 removal spell so far. So maybe this turn is a little more conservative. Maybe we go like... We could also like go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we're just short. We're just short. And I want this to be pressure, right? So I don't think this is a turn where we recast our commander. That's what I guess I'm thinking. I'd rather attack with a 1 mana, 1 meter, 1 meter. 1M? That doesn't have trample. Could you elaborate on that, Kelp? I'm going to continue. Let's do this. This turn, we can attack, right? So we get in for attacks. You know, technically we could like Basilisk Gate the Sky Scanner if we wanted to, but I think the treasures are more premium. Oh yeah. I'd rather attack with a 1 million, 1 million each turn that doesn't have trample. till cPDH is... What's up? We've got... I don't want to mispronounce your name there. Halion? Halion the Protogen. Welcome, friend. I haven't seen you in the live stream before, so I'm glad to see you here. Thanks for joining us today. TIL. Admittedly, that's one of those acronyms I always forget what that stands for. Till I learn? Till I learn. That's right. Till I learn. Look at that. My brain's... I've got wrinkles left on here. Till I learn cPDH is a thing. Yeah, Helene, cPDH is the best format of Magic I've ever played. Halion. Halion. Is it Halion or Halion? I just want to make sure I'm saying this right. So today I learned, I think. Yeah, today I learned. Okay, good. Halion. Halion. Cool. Let me know if I'm saying that wrong. This is my first time in one of your streams. Well, dude, I'm so dude or dudette, you know, or in between, whatever. I'm really glad to have you here. And yeah, cPDH is incredible. cPDH is the most balanced, affordable, interactive, you know, format that there is, really. Like, it's the cheapest way to play competitive. You can have dozens of decks, and they cost you less than a cDH deck while playing competitive. You know, the interaction is better than the threats. Not everybody is turboing combo, so you can do other things, right? You know, there's no broken cards in this format, really. Like, there's Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora, and we banned that shit, so that was good. So now you can play other colors, right? It's just a good time. It's just a good time. Okay. So Kelp Quimby, yes, it's the name from my conlang. Oh, cool, cool. What's your conlang called? You're he/him. Okay, great, great. I'm the only person in my orbit that knows or cares about PDH, let alone cPDH. I want to get into it because I'm broke. Well, join the party, my friend. You know, these live streams aren't made of money. I do have patrons, which is great, and I really appreciate all them. But yeah, I'm also looking for work right now at the same time. And really, like, PDH and cPDH allow you to, you know, have a backpack full of cPDH decks to choose from, so that you can play whatever you want. I want to get into it because I'm broke. Classical oof, I'm not even going to try that one. Maybe you can put the pronunciation in the chat below. So what we're working on right now, Halion, is let me pull it on screen here. We're working on this 7-mana dinosaur here. Let's just pull this up on screen so you can see what we're looking at. This is what we've been working on it too. So is a 7-mana 7/7. When a historic permanent enters the battlefield under your control, it becomes a 7/7 dinosaur in addition to its other types. So artifacts, legendaries, and sagas. Okay, that's what we're trying to do here. We are ramping incredibly hard to get this creature. We want to put a ton of stuff into play. Commander dies, and then we kill them, you know, with our stuff. So Kelp says, I've played some of my cPDH decks with the commander decks and win a surprising amount of the time. You know, Kelp, my record against EDH decks is like 30 to 40%. I've never lost a game of EDH with Murmuring Mystic. I've lost one game of EDH with Witherbloom Apprentice. And recently I played Third Path Iconoclast against CEDH decks at Vegas. Really, really good CEDH players too. And I did very well. Everybody at the table was like really impressed with the way that I was able to stop people from comboing. And the problem was the sweepers. Sweepers were really hard on my deck. I got swept. Just to give you a sense, I was playing TPI. Somebody cast Manglehorn, and they killed my one red source, which was my Is It Signet. And then I had Ashnod's Altar in play. And so somebody Felidar of the Third Path. And then and then Bosch and Roll, Brian Koval, he cast Supreme Verdict, blew up all my pingers, all my stuff, my commander. And then later on, I got Fire Covenanted. So I drew aggro. I mean, you know, there are other reasons those spells got cast, but like, yeah, cPDH decks are strong. They're very strong. Helene says, and I'm on disability. I ought to make some cPDH decks for my friends to play with. Dahanos Awars. Interesting. Wow, that's wild. Kelp Crosby reminded me of a story I heard before in the before times, before COVID, where a guy brought a standard deck to a legacy tournament and held his own because he was outside context problem. Classical, yeah. Yeah, no, it's exactly right. And in this format, there's a lot of that dynamic where like you know, you where like if you're not doing the most powerful thing, you still have a really good chance of winning. Whereas if you are a CDH deck against a bunch of casual decks, like the CEDH deck will win. It will win the game. Whereas in that is not the case in cPDH. Casual decks can win in cPDH. Anyways, getting back to it. So this turn, let's just go through this turn here and get this all figured out. We got our gates. I think this turn we go attack. We go Hedron Crawler. And then we make a treasure at end step. Off the heap gate, like that. Just say dinosaur with dinosaur. Dinosaurs. Just say dinosaur with a southern accent like Mr. DNA from Jurassic Park. Hell yeah. Okay, so this is much better. I'm glad that we waited now because we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cast our commander. And then what we can do is in response to removal, we can sack the treasure, Basilisk Gate, Heap Gate to make a treasure token. And we have mana to protect it. So we just attack, right? Attack with all these creatures. We're like ending the game. You know, it's turn 8, so this isn't like the fastest aggro deck. It's kind of like mid-rangey in the sense of like when it ends the game. It's anticipated, you know, win is probably kind of that classic, you know, 8 to 10, turn 8 to 10. 8 would be fast. Do you have a favorite commander, PDH commander? Yeah, that's a great question. Let us know, Helene, what you like and what you're thinking about. Although you're new to the format, if you'd like. Oh gosh, I said your name wrong again. Let's see, it was Hallian. Yeah, okay, cool. So so you can look in the description below and you'll see my deck list compendium there. It'll say Clay's decks and my decks. You can check those out there. Fun fact, it's worth its weight in gold for a Magic card right now is $102. That is kind of fun. It's a fun fact. So we get the commander out, somebody goes to kill it, we crack the treasure, Basilisk Gate, Heap Gate. And in this case, like maybe we just want to protect the commander. That's probably better. So let's do that. Like this, sack the treasure, Gaia's Gift, gets a counter. You know, it still might die, but let's presume it doesn't. Oh my God, that's broken. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cast this thing. You know, now we just go utterly insane with this. It's so much power. Okay. Favorite deck is cEDH Morrowind. If you like elves and you like green, one of the decks, Hallian, that you could look at is actually a deck that I built on live stream here, which I will pull up right now. And it is it's a 5-color elves deck, and it's genuinely good. It is really, really scary what it can do, and it's got amazing backup plans. So it's called Ancient Elvians is the deck's name. So let's pull this one up here. Moxfield, Sphinx. Yep, here it is. So Ancient Elvians is a 5-color elf deck. And you're playing all of the best elves ever printed, paired with all of the best draw spells that you can play in an elf deck. So you're basically getting to play elves, but you get Keep Watch, Distant Melody. You're getting, you get Shared Discovery. You get, the Winding Way, Lead the Stampede, You Meet in a Tavern, that kind of stuff. And then you get Rush of Knowledge. And this is like one of the big things. Like This is a 7 mana commander, but the 7 mana part of it doesn't matter so much because we're an elf deck. We make infinite mana. We make so much mana. And so what's really cool is that you can, your backup plan is, I don't have any cards in hand, I just cast Sphinx. And if you ever draw Rush of Knowledge, you will draw 7 unless somebody counters it. You get to play cool cards like Warflare, which take all of your creatures and make them huge, and then it untaps them so you can make mana with them again. So you attack, give them the buff, untap them, second main, do a bunch of other broken shit. You get all these cards here that, like, you know, that you can sink mana into. You get the Impact Tremors, the Witty Roastmaster. You even get removal, right? You get Eyeblight Massacre, which is non-elves. It's a one-sided board wipe. You get Eyeblight's Ending, which is tutorable with where is it? We have the Elf Tutor card, Wirewood Herald, because it's an elf card. Although nowadays we could also just play a card like Crib Swap. Crib Swap would be another option here. It's a good deck. This is a really cool deck. You get Master Chef, you get, you know, Ivy Lane Denizen stuff, which is really gross. You know, Celebrity Fencer, Timberwatch Elf, Rift Sower. Yeah. Anyways, so there's your fun stuff. Volatile Claws, also great. So yeah, it's an elf deck that actually doesn't die fully to sweepers, right? Like you have backup plan. So anyways, let's go back to the thing at hand. I think we're pretty close to being done with this one here, which is really only done for the time being because we're going to be live streaming games in an hour and 40 minutes or so. So 1, 2, 3, 4, cast the stone retrieval unit, make a power stone like this. It comes in as a 7/7, and then this thing, set power and toughness, becomes a 7/7. I mean, look at this. This is turn 9. Obviously, this is like kind of late in the game. But like this is a lot of meat. And we did fight through removal, right? So this is this is 7. So let's see. 7, 21, 28, 35, 41, 58, no, 40. Oh shit, I did my math wrong. Okay, so 21, 28, 35, 41, 48, 55, plus 8, so 63. This is 64 power. 64 power on turn 9. And we did fight through removal twice. So let's do one more. This is not a keepable hand. This is so close to being keepable. But there's no 2-mana rocks. We would need to top deck a land off this and then draw another land off Arcane Astrolabe in the next 2 turns. And if we did, we would go absolutely insane. Right? Like cast the Golem Foundry as soon as we can, take a turn off to do it, and then go, you know, Pristine Talisman into Sisay's Ring, into Firemind's Vessel. The upside is high, but the risk is that we don't play the game. So I don't keep hands like that. This is a great hand. Probably drop this right here. Bottom that. Draw. Awesome. Rocks. We love it. Kelp says, I still don't own my Mortician Beetle, a Mortician Beetle for my deck. I really need to buy one. Yeah, Mortician Beetle's cool. Okay, so we've got that, and then we'll go next turn, draw, play Moss Diamond. Darksteel Citadel we might hold on to. Like, do we have enough mana to do that? I don't think we do. Because if we go Darksteel Citadel, we can crank out like a lot of rocks. Yeah, Darksteel Citadel comes out. 1, 2, Felwar Stone, 1, 2... Arcane Signet, 1, 2, Guardian Idol. Wow. That's busted. That's 7 mana. It's a turn 5 dude. But we can't do anything with that. So we have to keep ramping. So we'll go 1, 2, Mannequin. 1, 2, 3, Network Terminal. So really, we just have like an ETB draw and a 7/7 with protection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this hand is a little awkward. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Kelp, you got a spot. So we'll draw for turn. I would take a turn off to play this. Because we don't want to play this with our commander out. Because then it's a 7/7 that people can kill. And the Golem Foundry is busted in this deck. So, Gingerbread Cabin is looking so sad. Oh. Okay, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast our commander. Superdog Z2, welcome, my friend. Don't know that I've seen you in the stream before. Glad to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. I think the deck may need more ramp. Also, Opal Palace seems slow. More ramp. Superdog, we have 30 mana rocks. That is more than any deck in cPDH. I don't, maybe Aethersworn Sphinx plays more. I think it plays less. Zach says, I actually kind of like the speed here. Turn 6 or 7 is the combo interaction is required against them. Yeah, like there's a real good chance that we run out our commander and things are already happening at the table and maybe people don't have resources for it. The timing is nice. So Superdog, clarify what you mean for me with that, because I'm curious what you mean by more ramp. Like I would like to have more ramp. Opal Palace is slow, but that is the point. Opal Palace is in the deck because our color pips are totally not a problem, and because Opal Palace turns our commander into a 2-shot. That's not like the primary objective. Opal Palace is a broken card in cPDH. Like it takes your grindy games and just like makes them super inevitable because your commander just gets bigger every time you kill it, and it's a very commander-centric format. In this deck here, it's just a free way to make our commander a little bit bigger. And it's just a land. It's an untapped land. So I think what we're going to do here is cast Sleeper Dart to try and draw a land. So let's just assume it resolves. This is obviously not like the greatest hand. Oh, it's such a shame. So what we'll probably do next turn is we'll use a forest to sack it for crop rotation to get a forest, and then we'll play the Gingerbread Cabin. Although better than that would just be to crop rotation for a Seat of the Synod. Yeah, Opal Palace is broken. Not broken. It's very fair for our format. For a format where you have to cast your commander over and over and over again sometimes to like keep it in play, it rewards you for that. It says, sure, like keep doing that and your commander will eventually become lethal. Kelp says, be right back, gotta clear something off your desk. Cool. Got it. Gotta go because losing service, but I'll be back in 15. Also got recommended on an LGS server. Fabulous. Awesome. That's great. Well, Superdog, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so we get this, we draw the card. Let's pass the turn. This is probably the turn where you know, things happen. So we go 1 mana. No, we start off with Herbal Poultice. Herbal Poultice on the stack. They try to kill this, and we go 1 mana, float colorless, crop rotation, and we go and we get Tree of Tales. And then although actually, you know what we would do is we would Sheltering Word first, because Sheltering Word, we don't want this to be if they have another removal spell, we want this to go on top of it. So Sheltering Word. Okay, cool. Good. So now we have cast an artifact spell. This is pretty slow. And we are still 1 forest away from turning on Gingerbread Cabin. Okay. Next turn. There it is. Yep. So like the low land count, is hurting us a little bit there. Maybe some of the utility lands need to go as well because the gingerbread cabin is such an important. It's so good, right? It just makes a 7/7. It's like another copy of Ancient Tree of Tales. It's another copy of Tree of Tales. It's another artifact land. Okay. So we got our land. We're not looting. This is a 7/7. So yeah, this is a bit of a slow start, but it was kind of a weird hand. So, play this, get our thing. And it's turn 10, and we have, five 7/7s. So that's looking pretty dang good. Okay, so we're at 101 cards. We still need to make a cut. What's it gonna be? So here, let's say a type instant O treasure. Let's go treasure or O clue or O blood or O food. Because the instant speed part of it is better than the 0 drops. Like Confront the Unknown is 1 mana to make a clue token. Spoils of the Hunt. This is actually a, oh no, you don't get treasure for it. It just refers to treasure. These make food, these ask for food. This makes food, but this card is quite bad. Confront the Unknown though, that's good. Wow, tough stuff. It's going to have to be a draw spell. So it's got to be something non-repeatable. So like Guild Globe is doing basically nothing. Okay. There we go. We are to 100 cards. Let's change the card image, make sure this is looking at the displaced dinosaurs, like that. And we'll go I don't even know what archetype this is. It's just it's mid-range. It's mid-range. I mean, like this is not an aggro deck in the sense of like the timing. It depends on how you define these things. If we're talking about mid-range in terms of wins, it wins, but this doesn't act like a mid-range deck. It's really just a stompy deck. Hallian says, it bothers me more than it does Scryfall syntax doesn't include commander or CDR as a short form of commander. Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of those, right? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those that where, yeah, Scryfall could have better syntax for it. The archetype is dinosaurs. Yes. We'll have to add in here as well. I do like to make sure. Sometimes people don't put this in here, and I find that to be unuseful. It's nice to be able to see when it's a cPDH deck just by looking at it. Just call it ramp, stomp, mid-range. So yeah, so stompy mid-range. It's not a very, like, standardized form of speaking, but this kind of deck doesn't really have, like, a archetypical... It's weird. It's a weird deck. Cool. Not bad, huh? Man, I wonder if I should just I'm kind of wondering whether I just like keep streaming until 4. And the reason I mention it is because I have another deck from this set and we could just go back to back. Maybe I just need like 5 minutes to like get some food in my body because I'm going to be streaming till 8. It's an 8-hour stream. Good Lord. Well, Well, I'll ask you guys. So we're going to be streaming today at 4 p.m. It'll be patron games that we'll be playing with patron members of the community. Um, and I have another deck that is from this set that we could do right now that I've got mostly that's not mostly done, but it's like it needs a little bit more work. And it'd be hour and a half more. Would you guys stick around for it? I don't know. Let's see. Holy shit, we have 9 people here. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. You got me, guys. It's back to back time. Oh, so let me just go get some food, okay? Because I haven't had lunch. I haven't had. I even just didn't. I had a little bit to eat, so I need some food, and then we can do the next deck. Sup, super dog. Um, hey, NF, how you doing? Um, yeah, if you guys would stick around, I've got another thing coming up here. It would just be 5 minutes. I need to go get some food, like take care of some like biological needs. I need water and stuff. But we would do another deck from Doctor Who, and this deck is genuinely something I might play tonight. So I'm gonna do that. I wish I had like some sort of animation to put in front of you guys. You know, we have this. Oh, there we go. We have that one, but I don't know. Wish I could play some music or something. You guys, you're adults. You guys can play music in the background. I'll be back in a second. Hope you guys stick around. We've got another one. We'll divide these into two videos later on. The timing is just a little too convenient for me right now to like pass up doing this one as well. So see you guys in a second. We'll catch you on the flip. Okay, I'm gonna do a little. I'm gonna make a little something here while we're here. Before we get moving, I'm gonna try and find a little be right back animation, and then we'll drop that in there. We'll be right back. There we go. Download that. I'll probably need this for anyway, you know, later anyways. So, ooh, animations are fun. Okay. Download that. Download transparent background. Yes. Okay, so we'll go OBS current co-hosts. Be right back into here. Okay, zoop, 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 like this. Okay, cool. That'll work. All right, so we're gonna go take this, copy it, delete it for now. We're gonna go into the waiting room animation. I'll be right back. Welcome back, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard. I see many of you never left. So I'm pleased to be back. We're going to be tackling another deck. The previous deck we worked on was Displaced Dinosaurs, the newly spoiled mono green uncommon that makes all of your historic permanents turn into 7s. Wow, we've got so much chatting. Holy smokes. Super Dog and Kelp going off. Holy crap. All right, friends. I am going to be eating while I do this. I wanted to get back to you as soon as I could. So we've got a fine salad here. Yeah, shake this bad boy up. We got onions. We got tomatoes. We've got celery, oranges, spinach, all sorts of yummy stuff. And that is going to be my food for now. So you'll have to pardon me if I speak with my mouth full a little bit. But the streaming stuff is hungry business, you know? Hungry business. Oh, we got pickles in here too. This is looking really yummy. Okay. So I want you all to tell me what you think. What do you think we are going to build next? There's been some different cards spoiled. What do you think we're going to work on next here? I'll have you guys do some guessing here before I reveal, before the big reveal. And this is actually a commander I'm genuinely very excited about. Commander I will be playing. It's pretty sick. Super Dog guesses a red card. Kelp guesses Dalek Squadron. Those are fair. Wait for a few more to come in. A few more guesses. Watch as the stream turns into like an ASMR mukbang. Oh my god, looking kind of crazy. My hair's all over the place today. Rah! Yeah, hit me with it, Kelp. You got a second? While I'm nomming on this. I'm not gonna lie, this salad is bomb, dude. Mmm. Iraxa. That's an interesting card too. Kind of like a mono red. It's kind of like a mono red Quintorius, a bit. It's triggering off of many of the same cards. Makes smaller bodies. It's cheaper. It's bigger. It's monocolored instead of two. While I've got you guys here and while I'm finishing this little meal, I'm going to take a bite. I'm going to go over to my kitchen and I'm going to show you guys something crazy that I picked in the forest. some of you may not be, I don't know, some of you guys learn more about my personal life than others, but I am a mushroom forager. I like to look for mushrooms. And on a hike in some high alpine area, I found a very special mushroom that is super medicinal, but it's also one of the better tasting mushrooms out there, and it is called the bear's claw. And this is part of it. And we found 2 of them, and I ended up picking like 6 pounds of this stuff. It smells amazing. It looks like icicles, little icicles, kind of. It's crazy looking. Cook this up with garlic and butter. Incredible. And it, when you use it as a supplement, it promotes neuroplasticity. It's really good for people with dementia. So, anyways. Okay, so y'all have waited long enough. That's a big mushroom, it is. Y'all have waited long enough. I'm going to show you exactly what I've been cooking up. Kelp was right. Dalek Squadron. Pretty simple card. 3 mana, black commander with Menace and Myriad. I really like this commander because one of the really powerful effects that we get a lot of in black, and we will continue to get more of, are 1 to 2 mana, sacrifice a creature or an artifact, draw 2 cards. And at end of combat, with that trigger, after we've done our damage, we have a constant source of food. Basically, the Dalek Squadron is not only creating attackers, but it's also creating fodder that will go away anyways. So it's creating fodder, it's creating early pressure, and I'm excited about this deck for just like a number of different reasons, but proactive mid-range is a really fun place to play. You have very explosive elements to your deck. A lot of time if you're in black, then you have like rituals that can crank out really powerful things on early turns. You can apply a lot of pressure. And then the mid-range element of it is some other element of the deck that is giving you staying power. And this deck has a lot of staying power. It's also an artifact that makes more artifacts, and black artifact synergies are so strong. This is one of the more busted cranial plating decks I've ever constructed. Cranial plating in this deck is really gross. Seeing as we can like move it onto our creature that isn't the original creature, we can move it onto a Myriad token. So we are going to be tutoring for it. But this deck at its core has like aggressive elements to get it out. It has some sacrifice stuff, as well as all of the black sacrifice effects. You know, one of the limiting things about this is that the Myriad tokens only stay around till the end of combat, unfortunately. If that weren't the case, we would be looking to... It would be even better, right? It would be even better if we could like take the Myriad token and like sacrifice it to like to Vulturous Aven, which is a 4 mana 2/3 flying ETB exploit, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. You could also use all the mutual destruction cards, like the Bone Shards type cards, but we can't do that because of this. We can play Candy, what's it called? Candy Grapple, the bargain card. We can play the kicker version of it, which is Final Flourish, and all those things. So a little less good because of that, but it's fine. This is still a very powerful commander. This is kind of like Loyal Subordinate. It's going to be very similar to Loyal Subordinate and to Golem, but it's going to be even grindier than Golem, and it's going to be way grindier than Loyal Subordinate, while also having a lot of pressure, right? This deck is going to apply early pressure, and it's like feeding these synergies that are really good. So in Loyal Subordinate, you might have to sacrifice creatures that you actually want in play to your Deadly Dispute effects just to get the cards, right? And in this deck, you're just using the Myriad tokens and sacking them. So let's take a look at the list. And I have close to 100 cards right now, but there's like some in and out stuff that I'm going to need your guys' help with. I've organized this one into mana values because I think that in aggressive decks, we need to be really cognizant of like what our curve is, right? So at mana value 1, we have Carrion Feeder, which is going to become a 3/3 on the turn that Dalek comes down, because we'll attack in, they'll get their damage in, we'll sack the 2 tokens, it becomes a 3/3. So it's going to get 2 power every turn cycle. It'll just be above the curve black aggro creature. Changeling Outcast and Tormented Soul are basically kind of the same thing in this deck, except that this is also a Dalek, which is kind of funny, very flavorful. These cards carry a Cranial Plating amazingly well. If our commander dies and we can't do anything with it and we have a Cranial Plating in play, we can also just swap it onto one of these things and we don't care if they die. They help break board stalls. They help us gain the initiative in the Monarch. They help us maintain the initiative in the Monarch. These are like very, very good cards. Ecstatic Awakener is like a turn 4 play or a turn 1-2 play. We can go Dalek Squadron, attack, end of combat. We sacrifice one of them to Ecstatic Awakener. We draw a card. We turn it into a 4/4. We also have Shadow Alley Denizen. Every time a black creature enters the battlefield, we're going to give Intimidate to a creature. So what that means is we've got Dalek, we give Dalek the Intimidate, and then we have another trigger to give another thing Intimidate. So every turn we're going to give 2 things a form of unblockability, which is important because we want to be able to attack with this every turn. And then we have Viscera Seer. This one may or may not stay, we'll see. The ability to scry a couple times in a turn will be fine. We have almost 20 draw spells in this deck, so kind of feels like this one might not be the exact way that we want to use those tokens, right? We might have better uses for those bodies than just sacrificing them to scry. But if we have nothing else, it will scry us into our action, and it's 1 mana. 2 mana, we have Dothy Horror and Dothy Slayer, same as the Changeling Outcast and the Tormented Soul, basically, but they're 2 mana. And same concept, right? Holds a Cranial Plating well, attacks well, they're just amazing. Glaze Fiend, this is an amazing home for Glaze Fiend. Every time we Myriad, we're going to give this +2/+2. So it'll be a 2 mana, 4/5 flying every time we attack with the Dalek, which is great. Lampad of Death's Vigil, this one I'll also be watching. This one is allows us to pay 2 mana to drain the table for 2 each turn post-combat, which I think is really good. This card is, I think, going to be a nice way to close out games too. You can have those games where maybe you have like 5 creatures, 6 creatures in play, and then you attack with the Dalek. You have 7, 8 creatures in play, and then you can sink all your mana into Lampad and yeet your board at the table and win the game. This is a closer, but it's also gaining life. It's applying pressure to everybody. It's pretty dang good. Vermin Gorger is another one. Sack 1 creature, another creature. Each opponent loses 2 life. So this is kind of like Vermin Gorger is going to be very similar to like Vampire Spawn, but it's going to do it every turn. Okay, it is replaying. I expected to play once. Help. What's happening? Let's see. It's replaying. Is everything okay? Is the stream coming through okay? It queued the wrong song. No? I feel like there's something happening in chat. Oh wait, why do we have SoundCloud? Oh no, I hope that doesn't, I didn't have my headphones on, so I couldn't hear it. I hope that doesn't like demonetize me or anything. What was it playing? I couldn't hear that. How long was that playing for? Oh, that's so weird. I didn't open that up. What was it playing? Wow, yeah, that was the SoundCloud bot just like opened itself up. I walked away. I didn't activate that. Let me know what was playing. That's super, super weird. Anyways, yeah, moving on. I guess I'll demonetize my video, whatever. Yeah, Diggy Diggy Hole was playing. It was playing Diggy Diggy Hole. What the hell is that? Diggy diggy hole. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Vermin Gorger is basically going to do an impression of Vampire Spawn every turn. So that means every turn it's going to hit the table for 6. Oh, you did. You turkey. Well, hopefully that doesn't mess things up too bad. I was looking down, I was like, Discord audio is playing and I'm the only one in here. So I actually can leave the Discord audio here. Okay, there we go. So Vermin Gorger is going to be good here. We got Arrogant Outlaw and Vampire Spawn, which are going to be like our ETB drains. It was playing for 8 minutes. Oh my god. Okay. Oh boy. Arrogant Outlaw, Vampire Spawn, ETB, they're going to drain the table. The reason I like these cards is because they deal unblockable damage right when they enter. They don't even need to hit anybody to do quite a bit. So I like these quite a bit. Nadir's Nightblade is nasty. Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats in this deck are sick. Every time you're creating tokens, every time they leave, those are gonna cause a gain drain effect. We have the Demon's Disciple, Fleshbag Marauder for Edicts. These ones were a lot better when I thought that the Myriad tokens stuck around, because then what you could do is you could play the Demon's Disciple, the Fleshbag Marauder, and basically put them into play for free, right? Like, it's 3 mana, you don't lose a creature, you just lose a Myriad token, and then everybody sacks. But that's not the way Myriad works. So we'll see if these ones stay. I don't think we necessarily need them. You know, Chain Devil, this stuff. Maybe we play like one of these. I'm not sure. Bloodflow Connoisseur is another one we'll be looking at. Bloodflow Connoisseur is a 3 mana 1/1. You can sack creatures to put a +1/+1 counter on it. And this is going to give us a way to use those tokens. The only thing about Bloodflow Connoisseur is we have so many effects that draw cards at the expense of a creature that that I don't know if this card is really is going to be super worth. I don't know. We'll see. Chain Devil, Faceless Butcher. Faceless Butcher tends to be good in decks that in decks like this. It's great for tagging commanders. Thorn of the Black Rose, Vicious Battle Rager. These are powerful cards in black. The thing with the Thorn is we'll see whether we need the Thorn. We're going to be attacking every turn. That's okay with the initiative. With Monarch, it's a little less so, but we have easy ways to get them back with our commanders and our unblockable creatures and all that stuff. So a couple of questions here is going to be around the Edict creatures, the creatures that sack, like Bloodflow Connoisseur in particular, being 3 mana. Because Bloodflow Connoisseur comes out, it's immediately a 3/3, assuming you don't want to draw cards off the tokens, off the Myriad tokens. You know, Faceless Butcher could be maybe a little slow. Thorn, a little slow. Vicious Battle Rager, we're definitely going to play the initiative because everything about the initiative works with like an aggressive game plan, whereas Monarch tends to be more defensive. We have Gary, we have Underdark Explorer. Okay, so moving on from there for the draw suite, we have Corrupted Conviction, Village Rites, Witch's Cauldron, Altar's Reap, Costly Plunder, Deadly Dispute, Nasty End, Reckoner's Bargain. Rowan's Grim Search is insane in this deck. So strong. Take that copy, that token. Although, are these copies tokens? Yeah, create a token. Yep. And then we can dig up to 6 for new cards. And then we just added in Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper. But you can see 17 cards dedicated to draw. We're very efficient draw spells. Like everything here is less than 3 mana. Most of it's 2. We have Dirge of the Dead. I think this is a home for this card in this deck. We can cycle it for 2 just to give our commander Fear to draw a card. Fear, draw a card. Or we can give everything Fear, which is pretty sick. So I kind of like this card. I'm excited to play it. Kelp says, going to grab something to eat real quick. Yeah, and Kelp, one thing I want you to keep in mind too is that with this deck tech being a back-to-back, I may just decide to call it after this. I might just do the 2 deck techs. And then just, but we'll play it by ear. Stick around and we'll see where that lands. But I just wanted to keep your expectations in line with what we're doing. So Shred Memory, this is a Graveyard Hate, but it also is going to find Cranial Plating, is what we're going to do with that. Now we have so much draw, and this deck snowballs with that draw so well that I am actually leaning into fast mana. I tend to avoid these like Cabal Ritual type stuff in decks. I will play Dark Ritual on occasion because Dark Ritual can help you deploy like an early turn 2 initiative creature. But I think that this deck is going to use it really well. In my testing, you cycle through a lot of cards, and a card like this, Bubbling Muck even, is big. Lotus Petal, Blood Pet, both of these are going to help us get a turn 2 Dalek, which is great. Now, for the modifications, there's some consideration here. We have Whisper Silk Cloak, which is going to be a late game finisher. Unblockable, Shroud. Haunted Cloak, giving Trample, Vigilance, and Haste is going to be strong. Thieves' Tools is really good. Our Dalek is 3 power, so it will be unblockable, and it's going to make a treasure token. The Fleet Feather Sandal and Cloak of the Bat can give haste to the Dalek, while also giving it flying. We have the Cranial Plating, of course. The Bladed Battle Fan is going to give us a little power boost, which is relevant. If we ever get up to 4 power, then it's a 4-shot kill if we're unblockable, which is not nothing. So it's also granting indestructible. And one thing you're going to see is that we don't have a lot of protection here. That's something I'm going to change probably. We have Blessing of Leeches for protection. Again, gives it regenerate at the cost of life. Dread Return, this is a pretty good home for Dread Return. It would have been a lot better if the Myriad tokens stuck around. But alas, that's not how Myriad works. Dread Return is really good in this deck because we have all these sacrifice draw effects. Which means we can like take a Gary that we played, we can sacrifice the Gary, we can sacrifice a Vicious Battle Rager, an Underdark Explorer, an Edict creature, we can sacrifice it or it'll sack itself, and then we can Dread Return it to get it back. The flashback isn't going to be something that's like super easy to do in this deck all the time, but it's going to be reasonably fine. But just reanimating things in a deck that sacrifices things is really good. A removal suite here that includes the classics, Snuff Out, Spinning Darkness, and this one is good because we're not doing a lot of creature recursion. We've got E-Capsule, which is going to feed the Cranial Plating, but it's also an onboard removal. Candy Grapple and Final Flourish are really strong cards. Both of these are killing almost every combo creature without Kicker and without Bargain. And when you do need to kill something big, you do have the Bargain and the Kicker. They're also getting through Indestructible, which is really good. Go for the Throat, Grasp of Darkness, Victim of Night, Oubliette, Parasitic Impetus. These are kind of the who's who's of good removal spells that we want to play. And we'll be revisiting this too. We've got Pestilence and Crypt Rats. This is an aggressive deck, but these cards here are going to work well because we're kind of a mid-range aggressive, proactive mid-range deck. So these cards are going to be good. Etched Familiar and Okiba Reckoner Raid. These cards are going to go in here as well. Because they both do the Drain 2. This one even has Evasion on it. So we'll go M2. We're going to put this under Drain. And then Etched Familiar is quite nice. Kind of has a weird form of unblockability to it because people don't want to lose the life. It drains for 2 and it dies. But we can also initiate the death with the sacrifice effects that we have. So it's going to be kind of a 3 power unblockable that eventually will nug the table for 3. So, or for 2. So Shred Memory, cool. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff here. The things that I want to work on are going to be Bloodflow Connoisseur going to the sideboard. I think that we only need one of these sacrifice effects, and it's probably... I don't think we have any synergy specifically with these. So we'll just, we'll cut this one for now. Down to 99. Chain Devil and Demon's Disciple, I kind of like to have one of, each of these. The Chain Devil does have the potential of making us sacrifice our Dalek. So if we have Dalek and Chain Devil, and we cast Chain Devil, they can kill Chain Devil and make us sack Dalek, which isn't that cool. And only sacrifice a non-token. So it'll be mainly killing itself. Faceless Butcher is another question, whether that fits here. And then Thorn of the Black Rose. I'm tempted to say Thorn does not fit because we aren't going to have a lot of blockers. Or we're just going to be attacking a lot. So let's put this one into sideboard as well. Just open up a couple of slots for us. I'd love to just get more draw spells in here. Even more draw spells. I don't think we need all of this. I think we could cut potentially these two. Yeah, let's try that. We'll cut Cloak of the Bat and this one. Maybe we leave one. Because we need some protection in here. So what that'll look like is we'll send this to the sideboard, and then we're going to go Supernatural Stamina, Undying Evil, Undying Malice, and Feign Death. I think these are the three that we're most interested in. Oh, and then Not Dead. Yeah, Not Dead After All. That's actually better than the Undying Malice, because the Undying Malice does not work with the other ones. And having like 5 of these would be quite nice. We don't need a ton of protection for this deck. One of the things these cards do too is that we can like cast them on a creature and then sacrifice it to reuse its ETB, which is strong, especially with Gary. You can win games that way. That's a fine amount of protection there. Drop this in here. Got some chats coming in. Okay, let's see. Thieves' Tools, Bladed Battle Fan. Battle Fan, being an artifact is nice. Being indestructible is nice. The power boost is nice. It is 2 mana. And we have 1 card to cut, and I would love to get a little bit more removal in here. Oh, Defile. Defile is quite good here. Forgot about that. And if we needed to, I would consider cutting Faceless Butcher, although Faceless Butcher just got a whole hell of a lot better with all this, right? You target Faceless Butcher with this, you sacrifice it to a draw effect, it comes back, it eats another creature, you draw 2 cards, and it becomes a 3/4. Number of lands feels good because we're not really ramping. We have like fast mana, but like I do want to have like an above average number of lands in this deck to do what we're doing. We're going to add Witch's Cottage in here. And, you know, with all the draw spells we have, we could also play Mortuary Mire. It's like we have quite a few... Because these cards get really strong when you can basically take a creature that died, put it back on top, draw with these instant speed, with just all this efficient draw. There's ways to get that creature back and actually like replay it right away. These are going to go under, let's go down, scroll faster, damn it. Okay, there's Dread Return, Witch's Cottage for reanimation and recursion. Okay, this is looking pretty good. All right, so 35. So we could cut like Dirge of the Dead potentially. I like the idea of Dirge of the Dead. We also have the Viscera Seer. Although the Viscera Seer early on, turn 1 Viscera Seer, or maybe like, yeah, maybe just an early Viscera Seer in general is going to help us like smooth out our draws. It might not be our main thing that we do later on, because we're really trying to get to the point where we're drawing 2 cards off of each myriad creature instead of just scrying. So seems fine. I like our land count. I like our top end here. Our curve, if we go down to the bottom here, is quite nice. Nice ski slope. Although really it's like 1s, 2s, and 3s is kind of a there. So there is a little bit of 3 action going on here. We also don't have Ashes to Ashes in here, which would be a cool card to have, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 instant speed removal spells for combo or for other things. Bladed Battle Fan is starting to look like maybe the worst of these because it doesn't trigger an ETB. It does mean that if our creature is in combat, it will connect. Because Indestructible versus the Grave Flicker. Grave Flicker does leave behind value, so does the Bladed Battle Fan. So maybe it would be better than, for instance, Supernatural Stamina. Yeah, could be better than that because it's like leaving behind the +1 power, which we can attach to all sorts of things for 1 mana. And then we would still have 4 Grave Flicker effects. Or maybe Blessing of Leeches seems amazing. Just attack every single turn. They kill you in combat. You regenerate. No problem. So yeah, let's do the Supernatural Stamina for now. We could also do the Undying Evil if we wanted to have double access. That's probably the wiser thing to do. So let's keep the Supernatural Stamina. Let's do this under considering here. Oh, Merciless Resolve. I forgot about that one. That's another one we could play. Where is Supernatural Stamina? Yeah, so we'll keep the Stamina because there's the overlap isn't a problem. That seems like a reasonable amount of stuff. This seems good. Several of these are like quite like this is a bad top deck. This is a bad top deck. This is a bad top deck. We probably want pointed discussion too because of the blood token. Hey there, Kelp. Let's see. What else could we cut? It's looking pretty tight. Looking pretty tight. So we could go down to 34 lands. And then just rely a little more on the mana sources here. Like we just want to get to 3 mana. Once we're at 3, then we're going to start producing the Myriad tokens and we can start sacrificing them to draw cards. So yeah, we could do this. Let's try that. We also don't have Darksteel Citadel in here, and that's probably fine. Okay. So a nice 3-lander here. We'll keep that. Go turn 1, Swamp. We want to do Swamps first because of Witch's Cottage and Defile. So no fast mana. This is kind of a traditional, like, I think I would even just sacrifice Dirge of the Dead here. Give that thing Menace, draw a card, just to move through our deck quicker. We don't have any protection here, so we're not going to pretend like we do. We'll just run out the Dalek. And then now we have protection, which is kind of cool. So in this case, we don't have any sacrifice synergies, but we have a handful of removal. Holy removal, Batman. So attack, probably attack, and then we can sacrifice one of these Daleks to this guy to turn him over, draw a card, like that. And then we would probably go 1 mana. So we can do all 3 of these things, and we're probably going to find a land. So we'll go attack, go to combat damage, sack with the Village Rites to draw 2, and we didn't hit. That's too bad. 10 cards in hand, a zillion removal spells. Interesting. So let's pump up the visibility here a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's just bad beats, right? Like pitch this into the graveyard, pitch this into the graveyard. We're going to probably run out our Tormented Soul and our Carrion Feeder. Yep, like that. And then we'll untap. We did get the Mortuary Mire, so we could put the Crypt Rats back on top if we wanted that. Although I don't think we do. So 2 protection spells, bunch of removal, Mortuary Mire. I don't know, maybe it puts like Faceless Butcher on top. Crypt Rats, I guess. It says you may, right? You may, so I just won't target anything. Go to combat. All these things. Probably take the Carrion Feeder and maybe take the one that's blocked and eat it. Maybe eat both. That. And at this point, I imagine the Dalek has already been targeted a few times, so we do need to keep that in mind. This is add a counter there. And then we have removal up, so we'll Victim of Night something. Chain Devil can like okay here. This is like a playable start. We did brick on lands pretty hard for a 34 land deck. We had 10 cards in hand there. So, okay, this is a slightly faster. This is a turn 2 Dalek. This is more what we're looking for. We'll keep this. It's better. The Opal Palace is very good in this hand. So we could go Swamp, land, and I think actually I kind of want to make a 4/4 Dalek. So if it's a copy, I don't think it has the counters on it, right? So like turn 3 Dalek is doing a lot more damage. Yeah, we'll do turn 3 Dalek because it's a whole turn cycle of dealing more damage to people. And then we can go, we're going to sandbag the Opal Palace and the Study Hall because we don't want people to know that we have them. You want them to look at this and say, oh, if I kill the Dalek, it's too expensive, and then have the Study Hall and the Palace to like dig you out. So go to combat, and then we'll pay 1/2 to cast Costly Plunder, sacking our Dalek after combat. Draw 2. And then we have our Supernatural Stamina, unless somebody tries to kill it. And then we run out of land. And I think what we want to do here is attack again, do the damage, Reckoner's Bargain, sack the token, draw 2. Wow, these are very awkward hands, but this is not a deck construction problem here. This is a bad beats problem. So we could do like Underdark Explorer. I mean, we have initiative, pestilence stuff going on here, so we'll go and get a swamp. Yeah, we'll do that. Attack again, and then we'll probably lose the initiative this time around because it's turn 5. So we'll just do that. We drew another land. That's shocking. And we can attack, regain the initiative, put the counters on this guy, I think. We could also put it on the Dalek and incentivize them to kill it so that we can run our Opal Palace out. So we'll put it on the Dalek and then add a counter, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 Pestilence, and we'll just wipe the board up. Nobody can get it back from us, so we'll go to our turn and we'll goad whatever they played. And then we probably go attack, end of combat, Altars Reap, draw 2. Just drawing so many lands and mana sources. It's crazy. And we'll go Swamp, 1, 2, Thieves' Tools, make a treasure token. And we'll go 1, 2, equip the Thieves' Tools to the Dalek. Oh, we actually, with the power buff on it, it doesn't matter anymore. So this is actually even worse of a draw. So in fact, we would just say not play this at all. And then just hold up Pestilence. Just like grind the table down. Pestilence a few more times. Nobody can control it. They probably kill this. They probably kill the commander. So Pestilence will go away, but we'll get one more trigger out of it, which in this case will make a skeleton, but we don't have it. So let's just say we go Archives. So draw for Archives, draw for turn, another land. So this time we'll go Opal Palace, and we probably wanted to run Study Hall out before, just knowing that we were going to be presenting what we're doing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Dalek. It's going to come in with 2 counters on it. It's been cast twice. Scry 2. That's a Cranial Plating. We like both of these cards. Cranial Plating sounds good right now. This is actually not that good right now, so we'll just put that on top. And then we'll pass the turn. Everything is dead, so we're going into the throne this turn. Oh, which makes the shred memory kind of silly. Okay, well, that's fine. So we go 5 deep. This doesn't have like a wild number of creatures in it, but we do have hits. And these were very good. We got Glaze Fiend, Vicious Battle Rager, and Mirkwood Bats. It's a great selection of cards. I think Mirkwood Bats as a 5/6 is a 5/6 black creature, flying, basically unblockable. Pings the table a zillion times a turn. So we'll bottom those, shuffle, and then we'll draw for turn because it's the beginning of turn. Swamp. Oh, I just realized I don't have Basilicus Creature in here. That's definitely a card we want to have. So we can go 1, 2, 3. Demon's Disciple. It's kind of sketchy. If they kill the Demon's Disciple, we have to sack something really good. So actually, let's go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dread Return. Underdark Explorer. Like that. We'll put 2 counters. Or no, we'll go and get a swamp. So we have approximately all of the swamps out of our deck now. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Chain Devil. Sacks itself. Combat. This drains a lot. Create tokens. Now we will go Forge, and we'll Forge up on, I guess, this guy. Spread our stuff out. Draw this. Again, Edicting is kind of awkward because all these creatures are very good and very big. So, I mean, in this case, I just like, we're just punching. And then maybe we need to cast Blessing of Leeches or something on like this. And then maybe go 1, 2, Thieves' Tools, make a token, ping. And then I presume we're still kind of working with the initiative. So in this case, we really just want a skeleton. Well, let's just pretend this is a skeleton. Draw a card, Undying Malice. Man, these crazy number of lands. Turn 11, 10, 14 lands. It's nuts. Okay, so we'll restart this one. That one's not keepable. This one is keepable, but there's no fast mana. And it does have 2 draw effects. So like this is a reasonable mid-range keep for this particular deck. You know, it doesn't have to go lightning fast. We only have like 6 cards in the deck that allow us to go turn 2 Dalek. There's not a lot of cards that allow you to. Actually, it's probably only 5 now that I think about it. Yeah, it's not many. Not many. Maybe like a Springleaf Drum, but like, I don't know. It seems unlikely that we have like 1-drop Springleaf Drum, you know. This feels very mid-rangey to be like, here's my commander on turn 3. But like if you do this, I think your opponents are a lot less scared of the Dalek. So now we get to like draw a bunch of cards next turn because of that. So admittedly, cards is not like what we need right now. Go Haunted Cloak, attack, hold up our 1 mana, protect our commander, untap. Now what we want to do is we're probably going to want to hold up 2 and draw 2. So we'll attack, pay 2, go Altar's Reap, draw 2, play a land, 3 mana available. We could Parasitic Impetus, or we could just hold up Candy Grapple. And I think I like the idea of equipping Haunted Cloak here, and then holding up Candy Grapple. Let's assume we have to do that. We kill something. Come back around to our turn. 1, 2, 3. Parasitic Impetus on one of their big creatures. Attack. End of combat. We're going to sack. Draw 2. Going to play our land out for turn. Pass the turn. Draw. Yeah, this feels like super reasonable. This draw engine of all the Nasty End, Altar's Reap cards is keeping a lot of cards in hand. Like we're flush with interaction. I mean, Oubliette, Pestilence, Go for the Throat. We've got threats. This is feeling strong. So we'll probably play out a Dothy Slayer. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Pestilence is pretty gross right now too. But if we play, or sorry, not Pestilence, but Cranial Plating. Cranial Plating, we won't have anything going on if we Cranial Plating. So I think we just play this out and we do maybe 1, 2, 3, and Oubliette somebody's commander. Attack. And then untap. Whisper Silk is great. You know, maybe if we grind the game down, we can play, you know, get the Cranial and the Whisper Silk. This turn, pretty simple though. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after attacking. And we Gary for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turn 8, like this game could totally be over by turn 8, right? Totally possible that it's just over with that. So let's do a few more here. 2 mana, Viscera Seer, Rowan's Grim Search. There's a lot of good ingredients here. These things feel a little bit slow here, but they're good cards that we want to have in the deck. So let's do it. Land, Viscera Seer. If we can just get to that 3rd land drop, we'll be set. That's actually kind of like a 3rd land drop. Draw 2. Of course, we don't hit the land. Hit the land. Of course. Okay. Get wrecked. I might sack the land pad to scry a land to the top. Because once we have a land, we start going crazy. So I'm going to sack this scry. Ugh. It's a good card, but there it is. Dalek. Attack. Oh, sorry. Nope, we don't have these cards right now. Next turn, we draw. And we're going to 3 mana. We kind of need to find lands. So what we'll do is we'll attack, take 1 of them at end of combat, and we're going to sacrifice it to scry. And we're going to put this to the bottom. And then we're going to pay 3. And we're going to bargain Rowan's Grim Search to dig as much as 6 if we need to. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's quite tempting because we don't have any more draw effects after this to take these 2. But even Thieves' Tools is good. Thieves' Tools is really good right now. Can you leave them on top? Put up to 2 of them back on top. So we do have to choose. So like protection, I mean, we're kind of screwed right now a little bit. So I don't know if we're going to be getting killed. Thieves' Tools would give us also a mana. So yeah, let's do these two. And we'll send these to the graveyard. Okay, and then we'll play a land for turn. Probably have to use a Snuff Out on a combo player. Untap. Swamp was a good draw. 1, 2, Thieves' Tools. Make a treasure. Ah, tap. Okay, there we go. And we have 4 mana available. This is equipped 2, so we could, I mean, it's not amazing, but we'll equip 2 with the Thieves' Tools, and we'll hold up our Final Flourish, go to combat, end of combat. Viscera Seer is doing a lot of work here. We'll scry this. Quite honestly, I think we just want lands. We want lands to like cast all of our stuff, so I think we're just going to leave that on top. And then let's use the Final Flourish, during somebody else's turn. Play the land, 1, 2, 3. So we could go 1, 2, 3, 4 for Mirkwood Bats. Attack. Drain, drain. Scry. It's not bad. This with Arrogant Outlaw and with Gary is going to literally end the game. So I will leave that on top. And then, yeah. Untap. Okiba Reckoner Raid, drain for 1. Gary, drain for more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drain for 7. That's turn 8. I think we're probably looking at like a turn 8 kill-ish. And if they're not dead, Pestilence Pestilence will just win the game. So, all right. Not keepable. Not keepable. Keepable. Yeah, so we probably put like Parasitic Impetus. Such a good card, but like I think Blessing of Leeches is going to be more valuable here. Draw a card, Swamp, fast mana? Nope, okay. But we are going to go Glaze Fiend into Dalek, which is very cool. This is a nice curve. ETB, attack. 4 mana. I mean, shit, like Mirkwood Bats. We could also just attack. This goes up to a 4/5 because of the tokens. And then I think what we do is we actually just sacrifice a token to Altar's Reap. We could also just run out the Mirkwood Bats. It's pretty fast. It's going to give us a lot of hate, but draw. Land into, okay, so this is nice. Now we can go attack. And when we attack, somebody goes to kill our Dalek, or maybe the Mirkwood Bats, probably the Mirkwood Bats. So we'll protect the Mirkwood Bats with Blessing of Leeches. We'll attack, get the triggers, do some damage, Altar's Reap, draw some cards. Swamp. Vicious Battle Rager. And then this is on blocking duty now because it can regenerate. But we attack, we attack. You can see these evasive creatures here make it so easy to be in control of the initiative. It's going to be very hard for them to get in. We have a Snuff Out, so let's say we have to use it. Next turn we're going to have counters. So let's put the counters on. So if we put it on the Dalek and they kill it, then we can recast the Dalek. If we put it on the Mirkwood Bats, it incentivizes them to kill the Mirkwood Bats, but the Mirkwood Bats can't really be killed super easily. Vicious Battle Rager is very hard to kill, and when it's an unblockable 3/7, it's pretty good, and I don't care if they kill it. So let's do that. Forge onto that. Nice. Vermin Gorger is a good draw here. So we'll go Vermin Gorger. 1, 2, 3. 4. We'll attack with this. We'll do the thing, right? This time we go all out. And then we go Whisper Silk Cloak, and we try to attach it to the Dalek. and this will probably get the Dalek killed. So we'll pass the turn. Somebody probably takes the initiative from us this turn, so we don't get a trigger. So we'll go land 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see that we waited with the Whisper Silk Cloak till we had lots of mana to do this. And then we'll go 1, 2, attach it. This time it probably works. Okay, so we got that there. And then we're going to go and gain the initiative back. We're going to goad something. Yep. This time around on this turn, we would have the initiative, so we would actually draw a card as well. So now, we can go get cranial plating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 7 right now. But I think we do that as our last thing. So we go to attacks, attack, 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 attack. Pay 1, sacrifice a token at end of combat with Corrupted Conviction, draw 2, sacrifice, oh, we could actually draw more cards. 1, 2, sacrifice the other one to draw 2, 1, 2. Player a land for turn. 1, 2, 3 for Vampire Outlaw. 1 mana, Changeling Outcast. 1 mana. Actually, we'll skip on the Changeling Outcast. And we'll go 1 mana, Witch's Cauldron, holding up the 2 so that we can draw more cards. At this point, somebody takes the initiative from us, probably. So we'll draw as normal. Now we're on to turn 10. This is about when we would expect to win. You know, that turn 8 to 10 is the average in this format. So obviously this is a very functional hand. This is very good. Combination of Mirkwood Bats and Dalek is gross. Dalek and Glazefiend very strong. The turn 4 initiative was probably in our control all game. And we have like Whisper Silk Cloak, Draw Engine. You know, like we're going to draw like 3 cards a turn. And we're going to flip into the initiative here, into the Undercity. For a vampire spawn, probably. No, just a Crypt Rats. Okay, GG. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's a 4/4. So this is GG. Yeah. So we have 100 cards here. We have a deck. I want to play right now, but to be quite honest, I think I've been streaming a long time. How long has this stream been going on for? Like a million years. We started at 11:30, streaming for 4 hours. Yeah. Obviously, we doubled up with the Let's Builds because this was kind of a Doctor Who Friday surprise Let's Build. But I think I need to call it for now. This deck has me super excited. I love these proactive mid-range decks. I love mono black. You have all the tools you need to win the game. You have tons of closing power with the Nadir's Nightblade, with the Mirkwood Bats, with the Pestilence and the Crypt Rats and the Cranial Plating and these unblockable creatures. You know, we've got a very reasonable curve. We have some of the more powerful black cards we have. These Vicious Battle Rager, Underdark Explorer, Gary. We have ways to reuse our ETBs like crazy with the Grave Flickers, which we can use as protection, or we can enable our the reuse of the ETBs by casting them proactively, giving a Grave Flicker, sacking it to draw cards. We have edicts just in case. We might want 1 more land. It's possible. Although I think there was that one game where we just flooded like crazy. Nice like little reanimation package here. Plenty of removal. In none of those rounds did I feel like this was ever an issue. We had lots and lots and lots. We have sweepers, we have tutors. We do not have Dimir Houseguard in here, which is an option. Another card we could consider as well is Tortured Existence, because Tortured Existence works best in decks that have enough creatures and they have a different, like that they have small creatures and big creatures. We have an actual curve here that is going all the way up to 6, right? With with a troll. And so if we like top deck Shadow Alley Denizen or Tortured Soul or Tormented Soul or Changeling Outcast, then we can swap it for a Gary, we can swap it for a Vicious Battle Rager, swap it for an Explorer or Mirkwood Bats. I think Tortured Existence is actually rather decent here. Have lots of cards that we'd be kind of happy to swap in and out for different things. So yeah, this just feels like super well balanced, and I'm really excited to play this deck. Let's take this off of public here, and I think Terminator's a great name for it. It's like black robot deck that murders people. So yeah, I think we're there. Yeah, I'm gonna take this here and I'm gonna drop this link in the video so that people can see the second of our creations here today. There we go. And this is the Displaced Dinosaurs. Okay. And Secret Spice. Okay, cool. We'll be dividing these videos up here when I've got the energy for it. So let's take a moment to review what we did. We worked on the Dalek Squadron here. This was more of like, I'd actually done a lot of, I built this morning. So mono black is pretty simple for me. It like kind of builds itself. There's certain things you sort of want to do. There's certain things that are just very good. There's a lot of internal synergies with like unblockable evasive creatures, cranial plating, making tons of artifacts, making tokens, sacking them, having gray flicker effects, reusing them, having reanimation, having cycling, like so many different like value layering kind of things going on here. So this one came out pretty quick. So by the time we got it here, it really just needed a couple of tweaks and tunes. This one will probably have another like maximum like 5 cards that'll change, you know, maybe over the next couple days. Maybe we find that like Carrion Feeder and Viscera Seer just aren't what we want to be doing, which is totally possible. We also, oh, I always love this. We get to go into your decks, go to in progress. I have a system where it's like done decks, in progress, and then ones that really need help, like ones that are like super behind, like my Night Veil Predator deck, which needs some love. I've added all the cards that I want to into the sideboard, but not anything else. Okay. Dalek Squadron gets to go, oh, let's see. Nope. What are we doing? Dalek goes to up to date. Ariel, I think Ariel's done, isn't it? Ariel is done. Awesome. Up to date. Up to date. Did I just move something that wasn't supposed to be? There we go. Up a level. When did I move into up to date that isn't up to date? Dalek? Is the Satyr Enchanter? Nah, Satyr Enchanter is not ready yet. Satyr Enchanter is one of those decks that just has too many good cards in it. It's like really hard to build. But I'm trying to find our Displaced Dinosaurs so we can go over that again. As a little closer here. Damn, Moxfield is really crap in the bed right now, as it were. Oh wait, no. Oh my god. Moxfield. Moxfield. Oh, look at this. They added to the art here. That's fun. Bad Wolf. And the police station. The Doctor Who stuff. Dude, why is... Oh man, Moxfield's struggling right now. I wonder if it's my computer. Probably my computer. Displaced Dinosaurs. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. I want to wrap this up here by talking about our dinos. This is a really fun build. Thanks again to patron Brewbear, good friend of mine, of course, too, who helped us with this build today. This is definitely like the epitome of Timmy, green Timmy energy. Okay, there we go. So we got it up. Big concept here with this is to play 30 rocks. Makes all of our top decks very good. Because we're moving right up the curve. You know, turn 4, turn 5, you know, is kind of our hope for deploying this big 7-mana Chungus. We're getting tokens, you know, like artifact tokens like food, clues, incubator tokens, things like that. We have some 0-mana stuff that we can turn on our 7/7s really quickly. We have tutors to find our gate package. The gate package being Heap Gate and Basilica Gate, because the treasures that we can make every turn become 7/7s. Expedition Map and Crop Rotation both being able to find Tree of Tales and Darksteel Citadel, which are lands that will always become 7/7s if our commander is in play, because the trigger will go on the stack. We also have engines like Golem Foundry, which can produce 7/7s over and over and over again, as well as cards like Ceremonial Knife and Magnifying Glass, which can produce tokens as well. We have some source of evasion with the Spectral Hunt Caller and the Stampeding Elkurg to take our 5/5s and get them swinging with trample. We have a bit of a skimpy mana base here. The idea here is that with 30 rocks and with 33 mana sources in the lands, that we're gonna be just fine on mana. We have a couple of naturalizes just in case our protection spells don't work and somebody puts an aura on our commander. Ways to destroy enchantments while also getting treasure, food, or in this case treasure as well. So you can see we are prioritizing this quite heavily. We have some ETB draw effects, cheap artifacts that draw a card when they enter the battlefield. Later in the game, they do become 7/7s. So, you know, a 2-mana 7/7 that draws a card, pretty good. 7/7 when it dies. It also draws a card here. And then some evasive value creatures like Pilgrim's Eye and Skyscanner that ETB draw a card, and then they're flying 7/7s. Last thing is a healthy protection suite of 12 cards here that will ensure that our dinosaur dies less. Almost no removal. Like even this is not removal, which is just not what the deck does well. So you're going to be leaning on other people for that. You're kind of like a ask the questions kind of a deck more than anything else. So super excited about this. Excited to play against Brewbear when he gets the chance. And with that, we're going to kind of head into our final stretch here. Want to take a moment to thank everybody, each and every one of you who joined us on the live stream today. We're going to swap over to this mode. There we go. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It was a long stream today. I know many of you stuck around for quite a bit. There were 17 likes, so I really do appreciate everybody doing the free thing. Before you go, do leave a like if you want to help the algorithm and make sure more people see this content. Do leave a comment as well. Make sure you're subscribed so that in the oddball case like this one, that you get a video that is unscheduled, that you won't miss it. It's a great way to make sure you do that. If you do want to take your support to the next level, the best way to do that is through Patreon. And we've done a really good job of making sure Patreon is super accessible to everyone who wants to support us in our content creation goals, or me, I guess now it is. So if you are interested in supporting that, go to patreon.com/Common Connoisseurs. It's in the link, is in the description below, to join the 20 other patrons that have flocked to this channel. So I want to take a moment and thank each and every one of you who has supported us financially for your contributions. And we're going to do it by name. We've got Max, Kelp, Paul, Neil, Alex, Jared, Dax, the PDH Pod, Eric, Adgan, Zach, Scooby, Chris, Mizu, William, Paul, Corey, Derek, Ian, and Noyark. Thank you all so much for your contributions. If you want to join, we have a $2, $5, $10, $20, and $50 levels on Patreon that give you a whole bunch of value. We have a lot of really exciting stuff. We have interfaces like the ones you see here, where we'll put your name on it. We have guaranteed access to our patron-only games on Friday, the community games. And we have early access to edited videos and a whole bunch of other stuff. So go out and check that out if you're interested in doing so. And with that, we're all wrapped up. So thanks everybody for joining. Connoisseurs of Fine Common Cardboard. I hope you have a great rest of your day wherever you are, and we'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out, friends.